Hello and welcome to the Genesis Community Live Play. This is the third one run by me. I am Game Master Sansilt, and this is the third session I'm running in the city of Ravensthread. This adventure is called The String That Goes On Forever. Let me get some water in my throat. Okay. Ravensthread, the Three Ring City. A mid-sized American one with several interesting landmarks. One being a replica Tressel Bridge like the one in Des Moines. Another being the underground forest. An entire forest in the underground cave system that started as a large network but was converted to something of a man-made wonder. It holds a few trails, a lake with a river, park areas and playgrounds. Strange things have started being reported on the grapevine regarding it though. Strange things have recently been reported all around Ravensthread, from a group of people with a shared delusion about a newly opened supermarket being found in the parking lot of a rundown one, to a few deaths in the Natural History Museum that are officially being attributed to a gas leak, but show signs of animal involvement, to a video of a man on a bench disintegrating as the sun rises. Something is amiss. A few brave people have banded together to investigate the forest and remove whatever is causing this malignity to plague the city. They are the Citizen Safety Coalition. Ravensthread is weird, but it's also home, and you don't abandon that. At this moment, I would like you two to take a moment to introduce your characters to the listeners slash viewers.
Why don't you go
Do you
ahead?
want? We're about to say the same thing, right? All right. Well, my character's name is Architect. Well, that's his code name anyway. To his close friends, he's called Trey. He grew up on the Gulf Coast of Alabama, the child of a couple of construction workers that moved from job site to job site. When he was old enough, he went and worked on the job site himself, and became good at negotiating with the labor union and getting the best deal for the team, and kind of found his place in the social pecking order that way. When he got into his early 20s, though, he started to get bored with this and joined the military, joined the Navy, became a CB. And he spent a tour doing that and used those same skills to get the whatever was needed for the mission at hand, and once again established himself as sort of the negotiator for the unit. But once again, he grew bored and was getting ready to move on from that when he was approached by the agents of Obsidian and recruited into that secretive order.
Okay, I think that brings it over to me, and I can't tell if you can hear me talking. There it is. Charlie Arbor is the son of a cult harem. He left the Pacific Northwest recently to try to find a thesis for his grad school or for his doctoral work, and has come to the strange wonders of the underground forest, has greatly intrigued him as a botanist, and he wants to find the wonders of this particular place. And I guess that he would have been recruited by this group to help them do this mission.
All right, so before we have the big day with the Citizen Safety Coalition, it's a day before you are all set to meet the CSC, and You go about your business, picking up some supplies for hiking, water bottles, and all that jazz. And eventually, it's time to sleep. A few hours later, both of you in separate rooms, in separate areas of the city, probably, wake up in the dark of night. A few feet away from where you are resting, there's a light floating in the air. It is a pure white light in the shape of a circular ring. It's almost as if it is a fluorescent tube of light, but you can not see any breaks nor a string from which it hangs. It gives off a cool bluish glow, and you feel a soft chill in the area. A low hum emanates through from where you cannot pinpoint. This phenomenon persists for a short while, and surely enough, you find the hum lulls you back into a deep sleep. In the dreams that follow, you see brief visions. A boat in a river, gently floating down. A pair of discarded hiking boots and a walking stick in a pool of liquid. A reptilian eye in the foliage 20 feet away. A catwalk over a water reservoir. A police officer being pulled up into the trees screaming. This last one echoes and shocks you awake. The daylight slips into your eyes. Before you meet up with Citizen Safety Coalition, you have errands to run. First up is an appointment at your friendly local auto shop. So, for each of you, Architect's going to be visiting at Malik's garage, and then we're going to have Mr. Arbor at Muggle Motors, and we will start at Mr. Arbor. So you are in for some basic maintenance. What was that? Okay. So you're in for some basic maintenance. Your car's up on lift getting a quick oil change. And you see the shop owner, Mr. Muggle, talking to a woman. Mr. Muggle is wearing a plaid pattern shirt, black pants, and he has a ball cap with a flag on it that has a green background with a white stripe to one side and a crescent and a star. The front office over here is giving off a heavy aroma of tea right now. Okay, you may begin now.
Oh, that was you, Mark.
Oh, that was. I thought that was. Oh, okay. Sorry. Oh, so how long is it gonna be? A little bit more pressed for time than I thought I was gonna be.
We have them to lift now. I can say maybe 20 more minutes.
20 minutes, okay. Do you have a Wi-Fi password? I need to be doing some research.
He looks over to the woman and looks back at you. Sure, I'll give you the guest password. Hands you the guest password for the Wi-Fi as they continue talking in a language you can't quite recognize.
He's a little curious, but he's gonna start doing some basic research on what if there's been any police officers going missing or just like along those lines. He's gonna do a quick search on his phone.
Make me a knowledge check. This is gonna be a hard one, so it'll be 3 purple dice against your knowledge skill.
I'm guessing knowledge local history.
Yes, knowledge local history.
Okay. I'm not gonna do anything with that. Are you on the game board?
Do me a favor, post it inside the game chat. In the
Okay. Yeah, don't know how to do that.
not the prep channel. Let me make an example.
So, Mark, you'll just use .r, and then you'll give
Oh,
a
okay.
space,
Okay.
and then yeah.
I'm just so used to using
The game
such.
table.
Yeah.
Yeah.
.r. G. Is there a space?
That's between the roll and the number, the first number.
PPP. There we go. There we go.
Okay, so you aren't able to get any information about any police officers going missing in recent times. It doesn't really seem like there's anybody that's missing. However, a you are able to get some information about the missing hikers with that advantage. You get their names. You have a Mr. Donald Vickers, a Sam Knox, and a Vito Valeri.
Hmm. He's pretty deep into the research. He's not going to. He's gonna just try to do some quick searches on these names while he's waiting.
Okay, so I will let you do another roll for that and a knowledge check.
Same difficulty.
Same day. Yeah, let's make the same. Actually, no. This is just gonna be a regular check because you're not searching up about the missing police officers. So
Yeah. So just purple or average
yeah,
check.
just 2 purple.
Yeah. Wow.
Okay, so while you're doing your research, trying to suss out a biography of any of these hikers, your Google searches are pulling up a lot of different Facebook links and all that, and social media profiles, but none of them seem like the missing hikers. None of them seem like the missing hikers that you guys are looking for. However, you do notice the time, and right now it is 11:30. Just as Mr. Mogul calls you over, informing you that your vehicle is done, the woman bids him goodbye as she exits out the front door. Now we're gonna switch. Any questions or?
Nope. All good.
Okay, so we're gonna switch over to architect. Okay, architect, you find yourself in a familiar location again. You are in Malik's garage once more. Mr. Malik is wearing his beat up old blue striped shirt and gray pants. A slender individual with slick black hair and salt and pepper beard. He has currently on the TV running a college football game, as well as behind him is his flag, the green background crescent and star, as well as a white stripe. You see, entering through the door, another familiar individual. It is Radio, a brown-skinned woman with short black hair, and wearing an impeccable suit. The time right now for you is 11:35.
Howdy, Radio. How you doing?
All is well, and you?
I'm a mite troubled. Tell me, are you one given for trusting premonitions?
Depends on whose it is.
Well, in this case, it's mine. I was troubled by, I don't know if it was a dream or a vision, but I just can't shake it from my head. If I were to say to you, a river and some bushes with maybe a reptilian eye staring from it. Would that ring any bells for you?
Unfortunately, it doesn't, Architect. But I'm sure it's probably you catastrophizing about your work today. You're going to the forest, yes?
Oh, yes, that's right, I am.
All right. All right. Yeah. No, you should be fine. I need to talk with Mr. Malik here.
All right. Well, hey, would you like to try one of my dried apricots? It's something new I've been working on.
Sure. As
Let me know. Let me know what you think.
yep, as she happily accepts one, and basically she goes over to talk to the shop owner. As you are here on the, let's see. Sorry, just checking my notes. You are right now in the South District of the Outer Ring, and basically you have your car is up on the lift, also getting an oil change. And radio and the shop owner are engaged in a pretty rapid fire conversation.
Are they speaking in a language I don't understand?
Same one from last time.
So I've I had that previous experience working with for the order. Was that the last sort of mission I was on prior to this one?
Yeah, you're starting in the same place where you started the last mission, actually, at the garage over here, meeting with radio.
Sure, but I haven't had any experiences in between those two.
In between those two, just a few little oddities here and there, but nothing that quite hit the high notes of what happened in the museum. Just a few.
Go ahead, sorry.
No worries. Like one adventure you would have is the same man being checked into the morgue 27 times in one night. You had to investigate that. That was an adventure. You had a kid who was found on a highway, that on the nearby highway, and effectively he was there without his bike, but his bike was found in a nearby quarry. The kid was fine and terrified, screaming about some sort of monster carrying him away. And you have Reddy over here. She mentions that she's just been to the. She mentions to Mr. Malik that she's been up to Mughal Motors up in the north district of the Outer Ring earlier today, and he tells her like that's a long drive for you to take to come out here. As their conversation ends, slipping back into English. Mr. Malik looks at you and is like, "Okay, so are you ready to pay for the oil change?"
Oh, sure. I thought it was on the order.
Yep, we are taking it down from the lift now, putting in the mileage, new sticker, and all that. Gave you full synthetic as you wanted.
I appreciate it.
No problem. Consider it done. Radio says you're good people.
Oh, that's nice. I didn't know she cared for me that much.
She rolls her eyes.
So, radio, can you tell me any more information about the job today?
It's not an agency job. This is
Oh,
purely
it's not.
no. It's a citizen's effort.
Interesting.
I may be in the area. Depends how things go. And don't cause too much trouble, eh?
I'll never do.
Okay, is everybody back? We're going to transition over to the meat of the session.
Yep.
Okay, so Roundabout that finishes up. You both leave. Oh, you both leave and arrive at the Central District entrance to the underground forest. Parking's a little bit of a bear, but that's because it's a popular tourist destination, so that's to be expected. You are meeting with the Citizen Safety Coalition. The group's already been arranged on social media, so you have some familiarity with each other. You know, this is going to be your first time meeting many of these people in person. Abigail Saperstein is the appointed leader of the effort, and you can see her meeting with group leaders discussing today's schedule. They all clap their hands in sort of sync and say break, and gather everybody into their assigned search crews. Abigail herself takes a stand on a pedestal that serves as a spot for tourists to take photos at the entrance. Friends, we are gathered here today because we all feel something is deeply wrong with the city. Something's happening from the group of people found delirious at the closed for decades Epic Mart grocery store to the tragedy of Natural History Museum. We all feel it in our very hearts. While most of the RTPD over here feels it's not something worth investigating, we are here to prove we can make the difference needed to save our city. My friends, be ready for anything. Today we have reports of 3 missing hikers from the previous Sunday. They've been lost for 4 days. Let's not let there be a fifth. That's the official reason we are here, so be sure to use it to go anywhere you need to. We're in to save them as well, but if we don't stop whatever's plaguing the city, this will continue. You know each other, and you know your groups. Get together, grab your maps, stick together. Remember, your group leader has a radio, and if you want your RTPD stalling you, call for Detective Esperanza here. As she motions to Detective Esperanza, a Latina woman wearing a blue shirt and a gray trench coat, as well as black pants. Everybody's wearing black pants. She has to pull needed to bypass that. Good luck, stay safe, and let's save our home. As you all break into your groups, and you have a few moments. The exit, your ingress into the underground forest is scheduled to be in about 10 minutes, so you have a little bit of time to go around and meet people. You see groups, there are 5 groups organized. You are in group 4, with the leader being a Mr. Mustafa Beg. Group 1 is Abigail, along with Detective Esperanza and a few other people. And then you see a few other people leading the other groups. You know from the posts online, Group 2 leaders. The Group 2 leader is Gail Villanueva, and Arthur Rowland is leading Group 3, as well as an Ignatius Holt for Group 5. You may coordinate your strategy with everybody as you see fit.
Well, hey, it's good to finally meet y'all. I'm used to seeing all your faces on Facebook, but it's nice to see y'all in person.
Now, your is it Trey or Marcus? Which do you prefer?
Oh, all my friends call me Trey. Yeah, Marcus the Young Hasser was my father's name, and in his father's name. So yeah, I prefer Trey.
Excellent. I'm Charlie. Charlie Arbor.
Oh, yeah, of course, I recognize you, Charlie. I always appreciate your posts. You got a real nice sense of humor.
Well, not many people find humor in plants. It's highly appreciated.
Yeah, I'm a fruit and nut guy myself.
You've been growing any local varieties?
Well, I don't grow myself, but I do sample what's available. I have a little drying rack at my house, a dehydrator. I like to make my own dried. Well, here, would you like to try an apricot?
Most definitely. Most definitely. We'll give that a good try. I apologize. I pick up accents like nothing. I don't mean to. I don't mean to do that.
No offense taken. But I guess we're here for something serious. Mr. Mustafa, so what's the plan of action?
Okay, so we'll start with big. I am here from Abigail's practice. Just got out of law school and all that. I've been hiking through the underground forest for a while, so if you look at your map, we're going to simply tour around. We're going to simply tour our way to the ferry and hit that to get over by the other side of the river. And we will be basically starting at. We're going to be starting at point 5 on your maps at docks over there. We're going to be investigating the forested area to the west of that. We'll have to continue our search from there. We'll be heading all the way west, and we'll be heading east. I know we have Ignatius. He is going to be around about area 11 in the forested area near that. Ultimately, we all meet back at the gazebo. You can see that at number 9. And of course, if we run into trouble, we can always call Abigail, and we can always call Abigail to have her wife calling any RTPD off of us.
Oh, who is Abigail's wife?
Detective Esperanza.
Oh, that's awfully embarrassing. Last time I met Esperanza, I invited her out to a movie.
I take it you
Wow.
weren't following the news.
Oh no, I'm not one for TV, really.
Okay, so Detective Esperanza basically. Yeah, you ever Detective Esperanza basically is the shadow chief of the RTPD after cleaning out a bunch of corruption in it. Abigail was the lawyer who specialized in civil suits against the police department, which helped her on the investigation. And that's how they met.
Wow, that story would make a real nice movie.
I'm sure it will. And I'm glad they're keeping it professional right now. You should sit in the office to get all lovey dovey. It's embarrassing.
Oh, that sounds sweet.
As a as a man with a white beard and thick square glasses comes up, he's like, "Yeah, no." Even back when they were in high school calculus, they couldn't stop staring at each other. Took them long
Oh,
enough. Ignatius Holt, math teacher.
Well, nice to meet you, sir. My name's Trey.
that's me, Ignatius.
Good to meet you. I've grown up with the underground force for a while. I wanted to be safe again, and that's why I'm here. Most of these people here are my students, so I also want to make sure that nothing bad happens to them.
So I have a question. I just want to make sure if I find some nice plant samples, I know this is an unusual location. How protected are these forests? Am I allowed to take a sample?
You're allowed to take samples of some of these species. I would recommend staying away from the mushrooms. Some of them, the wild mushrooms down here, do grow up to be the more poisonous varieties, but you should know that.
Oh, yeah.
Eh,
Yes. I have not considered doing a thesis on. No, but botany. No, I can't do it. That'd be a too large of a switch.
Basically, this was a. If you want to know the full makeup of this is a cave system which their bottom wasn't actually bedrock. The bottom was soil. So someone had the bright idea to start growing a full on forest in it and make it into a park. That was back in the 40s. The idea happened, and in the 70s they started doing it in earnest. They were able to install lamps, and lamps have gotten better and better, effectively putting out enough power to help the plants and trees photosynthesize. We've got some pretty big pines, oaks, and all that here. They're not as big as they normally would be because it's still underground in the cave, but it's pretty much almost always lit up down there. And then during night hours, it turns to a cooler blue light.
Man, do you know have they published their research?
I don't think so. I know there's a documentary about the formation of the underground forest that's being made since, in my opinion, it's one of America's hidden gems of natural wonders, or at least man-made wonders.
I would have to agree. This is truly amazing. Now, I always carry my axes in case I need to do some trimming. Is that good?
Yeah, that should be fine. And I mean, think about it's something. The fact that we've been able to maintain this for so long and actually grow up a full ecosystem over here. Granted, the cave river helps with the water problem, and it also keeps us from getting skyscrapers that are too big, considering that it lies under most of the city. It keeps the skyline from changing too much, so you still get a beautiful city sky view out into the bay.
Excellent.
Is this going to be your first time here?
Yeah. I'm new to the city, and I this this whole idea is wondrous, and I look forward to exploring this area. I do know I know woods like the back of my hands, but this is gonna be a woods like no other.
Well, remember, we're also here to find the missing hikers. If you want more info on them, you should probably ask Gail.
I'm a fairly good tracker as well.
Yeah, I'll approach Gail. Um, Howdy, ma'am. Do you have any information about the people we're looking for?
As Gail Villanueva looks at you, and he basically says, I know them all personally. Actually, we fought together. We fought together in Taiwan and all the way out to the shores. A few of the mainland cities too. Back in the Marines.
Oh, I didn't realize that they were former military.
That's what makes it so weird. The guys. Go ahead. Go on, Mark.
I I did not mean to do anything at all. So I thought you were talking to Ryle.
I don't know. I'm talking about the funeral honesty. You're about in this meeting. I mean, yeah. So Gail basically is here. So the three men over here that we're looking for Don, Sam, and Vito. Don Vickers, American man, served in. He fought in the European front. Then he moved on to Taiwan and the mainland from there, as well as Sam Knox and Vito Valeri. Don is avid hiker, and we don't always see eye to eye. Like he always donates to those his insistence conservative non-treasonous politicians, whatever that means. I don't know how that works, but it is what it is. He invited me to come to this hike actually with the rest of the squad, but it was my niece's quinceanera, and I'm kind of her favorite uncle. I did tell them I would meet them up today actually for a dinner and maybe a second hike starting tomorrow.
So had they planned on being on this hike for some number of days, or was it just a day trip?
This was planned for some number of days. They started on Friday. They were supposed to come back on Sunday. When they didn't come back on Sunday, then that's when we knew they were missing. Because is Sam Knox may want to delay things, but Vito would always make sure everything runs on schedule. And Don cannot stand Vito for 5 days. Don cannot.
Yeah. Sorry.
Don's lucky if he can stand Vito for an hour. Vito,
Do they hike together regularly? Or do they just keep quiet when they're hiking?
I'd love to see Vito be quiet. I don't think it's in his vocabulary. I don't think he knows what quiet is. And I think if we introduce him to the concept of quiet, it would blow his mind. He loves needling Sam. He loves needling Don for all his political stuff. And he runs his mouth about everything. Granted, I mean, sorry, go on.
Well, are they pretty good about marking their trails, or do you know if they still try to keep in practice with the techniques of hiding your trail if you're going off a general trail?
They're good at working trails. I mean, again, we all serve together. We all know we've all been through far more dangerous territory than the underground forest. If I'm going to be honest with you, I just hope we can get the guys back. Vito also owes me a meal at his family restaurant back in Brooklyn, so got to make sure we get Vito back. I'm worried about Sam
So
though.
you're invested.
Go on.
I said so you're invested. So what's up with Sam?
Yeah, I'm worried about Sam out of all of them, really, because Sam is excitable, curious, and wants to touch everything. So we'll see what happens with him.
Well, we'll do our best to find your friends.
Yeah. So
I have a little experience with finding hikers, but never in an underground forest.
I know, right? This is awesome.
Yeah, it's pretty neat.
As behind you, you hear a voice squeak up. Yeah, I know, right? It's like Mirkwood, but underground, like a dungeon.
Oh, sorry, I'm not really one for fiction. I don't get that reference.
As, as you see a guy with a ponytail, bald spot. He's wearing a shirt, a band shirt for the band Metric Bigfoot, and he's a bit more of a portly fellow. Still seems he's up for a good bit of hiking, and he introduces himself. Hi, my name is Arthur Rowland. I run the Galactic Fish Market coffee shop and yearly convention.
Excellent. So
Yeah,
where's this Mirkwood Forest? I don't think I've heard of that one.
Mirkwood is in Middle Earth. You know, Lord of the Rings.
Oh, no. Sorry. I should have went there.
I really like that second Hobbit movie. That one was the best, I think.
You know, some people don't appreciate it, but I prefer the third out of those three. But you know what? Don't worry, we're gonna find these people, and who knows? Maybe one of them's a fan of Metric Bigfoot. So I'm gonna be playing Metric Bigfoot while we're walking through, just in case they hear the music come to us. They're a good band.
Oh,
Now,
I don't. It might interfere with us being able to listen, to what's going on in the woods if we got music playing.
yeah, you might want to use some headphones there. I mean,
Right. Okay, so you think I should be quiet like Sam Fisher?
yes.
Hey, who's Sam Fisher? Do you know?
Sam Fisher's only the most legendary super spy there is.
Oh, did you hear me? I was talking to Charlie.
I don't know either. Apparently, some super spy. He must work for the CIO, right? The Central Intelligence Organization. It's got to be them.
In any case, look to my coming on dawn of the third day if you are in danger. To the west.
Okay, well, thank you, Arthur.
We're going to the woods because Don is in danger.
And we will save them. Just like Han and Luke saved Leia.
Oh, now that one I get. Yeah, Star Trek. I like that.
Yep.
Those new Star Treks are the best, in my opinion.
As everybody breaks once again into your groups, and it's time to enter the underground forest.
Sorry, Sansult, you cut off for me.
Okay, I'm back now. Sorry. Push to Talk's a bit of a fascist. So basically, you all gather into your shuttle into the underground forest, and arrive at the shuttle station at section 1 of the map. All groups exit, break out, and the instructions are clear. Meet up at the gazebo at number 9, midway through the search, and at the end of the search, you're all going to meet back over at the circular roadway section by number 1. All right, Abigail bids you all good luck as Mustafa starts having you all head towards number 5, the underground forest. The trees over here are uniquely small for what they are supposed to be. Like, what you're informed is that these are adults, but they're right about the size of young adults, if that makes sense. They're not like 40 to. They're not like up to over 60 feet of height. They're more like 40, 50 feet of height and whatnot. There's people running around. There's people playing. There's a field hospital nearby, a ranger station, as well as a museum. You see a man and a camera crew walking around as the man is discussing various aspects of the underground forest. And you look up, you see very bright. You can only look up for a little bit, and you see very bright, powerful lights just shining down. And if you do look all the way up, it does kind of blind you. You have to close your eyes and look down again, because it's pretty much like staring into the sun.
I can't believe I forgot this, but what clothes were they wearing? They obviously weren't wearing Hunter's Orange, but were they? Does anyone know?
Casual polo pants, hiking boots, different colors.
Not anything specific. You give us information.
Okay, so let's see. Don Vickers basically is a Caucasian man. He has very light complexion. His hair is brown. He likely is going to be wearing his Republican Party ball cap, and he should be having his backpack should be the camo one from the USMC. Sam Knox Sam Knox is wearing from last we know. Sam Knox was wearing his he's wearing a vest, not an hunter's orange vest, but a brown, more of a brown explorer's vest. And it was known, like Sam did tell Gale, that he was bringing over a magnifying glass as well as a few things to take Sam, as well as like a mini field microscope kit that comes with like a portable battery for its light. And then Vito Valeri had his walking stick. He has his hair is he's wearing a half cut with his hair that's combed over. It is nice golden blonde, and his skin's a little bit darker, like a tannish skin. Was that sufficient?
That is sufficient.
Oh, and we do know that Donald was carrying a walking stick. So, or a hiking stick of some sort. All right, so we have and that's set. You guys are in the ferry at number 5, and you see the boat for the ferry number 5 is gently just going up and down in the river as you see the ferryman wave to you. Mustafa approaches him, talks with him, and motions you guys over.
Oh, it's been a while since I've been on a boat. Oh, it brings me back to my youth.
Okay, so you all are at ferry number 5. You start going down to the section 5 on the opposite of the river, and you pass by an island with a miniature island with two little pieces of land next to it. On top of it, there's no trees on it. It's just a bunch of grass. You do see a rock with a bunch of carvings in it. Different carving.
Oh, I'm going to ask Mustafa. That rock there, is that something new, or was that here before the park was grown?
That rock is a local legend. High schools keep telling themselves if they chisel their names into it, the couple will stay together forever. I know the rumor has it that Detective Esperanza and Abigail both put their names in there.
Oh man, their story just keeps getting cuter.
Now, did they put the names in there together, or was their names on there back in high school?
Back in high school.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, I know it's just a rock that kids vandalize. And you hear the ferryman just chuckle. He is a portly fellow wearing a golf cap, a brown vest, plaid shirt, as well as brown pants. He has a great big bushy mustache, and all his hair is pretty nice pure white. If you have any questions go ahead.
So, do you know if Don, Vito, and Sam came on the ferry? What was it? Sunday? They were supposed to be here.
Allow me one moment. I'll be right back.
All good. So we're going to the southern port, right?
Yeah, to that dock there with the other number 5 on it.
Yeah. I just realized there was 3 number 5s, so I wanted to.
Yeah. I have a lot of names written down on my notepad.
I put them into Discord.
Oh, thanks. That's nice.
The game chat. I'm not.
Okay, we're back. Am I back?
You're back.
Yes, yeah, gotcha.
Okay, Aces. So, ask your question again to the ferryman.
Do you know if Vito, Don, and Sam? Would you happen to know if they were on this ferry at all last Sunday?
Or I guess it would have been Friday that they might have been on the ferry. Sunday they were supposed to come back, right?
Oh yeah. Or any time in between, I suppose.
Oh yeah, it'd be nice to hear if you saw them in between. Sanseld, if you're
Those
talking with
men.
okay.
Those men. They. Yes, 3 men. They were already arguing by the time they got on my boat here. They asked me why I named my boat Glenda. I told them I named my boat Glenda after my ex-wife. Never name something you own after a woman who you're going to divorce.
With a face like mine, I don't think I need to worry about that. When you look at Charlie, you can see he's pretty pockmarked up. He's got the scars from either bad acne or bad cases of something all over his face.
Well, I've always found in love it's what's in here that matters. Tap my chest.
See, I said that too. And you know what she said to me? She said she's going to cut out my heart and eat it and tell me how much it matters.
Well, now that doesn't sound like a good relationship, my friend. I think you might have been experiencing some emotional abuse.
The who, the what?
Have you ever considered counseling?
I don't need counseling. I have my boat over here. But yes, 3 men came in. They want to go to the other side of the forest. I tell them that's not good time for other side of the forest, but they don't listen. And you don't listen to old Jakes. You know what happens when you don't listen to old Jakes? You disappear. Now, this boat's okay to go on now, but don't expect to come back to it. Use the bridge. If you come back on the boat, you disappear.
Well, that's a mite strange. Don't you take the boat back yourself?
I've got one more stop to hit after this. I'll stop there and do my rounds again. But don't expect to be able to come back to the boat.
All right, that's a mite cryptic, but I suppose it's not too difficult to take the bridge. It's going right to the gazebo where we need to go next anyway. So
You
Now, the section of forest you're going in is weird. Squirrels go in, squirrels don't come out. Raccoons go in, raccoons don't go out. And you know raccoons, they get out of anything. But raccoons are not getting out of whatever's over there. It's weird, man. That's why I stay away from it.
so Trey, you see Charlie standing behind this guy, doing the little cuckoo sign over by his head, the side of his head, going, "Oh my," giving you that hand sign.
Trey will answer with a slow nod.
Don't you worry about us. Trey here, he looks like a fine, tough man, and I know how to use my axe. I think we're all good.
Well, tell me, do you have any advice for how to come back and avoid disappearing in the forest?
Like, if you want to avoid disappearing in the forest, don't follow any strange sounds. If you hear something weird out there, there's something weird over there. And weird makes people disappear in this city. You may say that that's not doesn't make sense, but no. I saw a man sit on a park bench, and then the sun comes up and he disappears. I stay away from that park bench.
Well, that is a strange apparition indeed.
And get this, he disappeared in like a pile of ash that was blown away by the wind.
Well, that does not sound like a pleasant way to disappear.
I tell you, man, when you encounter weakness in this city, you just stay away.
Charlie goes out to seek out the gamer guy and sets him towards the ferryman. It's like, hey, this guy's got some good stories for you. I think you'll like him.
Who do you motion to again?
The guy that talked to us about the Lord of the Rings and
Arthur Merlin.
Arthur.
Oh no, his group separated from yours.
Oh, okay.
Remember, it's you, Mustafa, and Ryle.
Okay, just the three of us. Okay. I thought he was in our group. Sorry.
No. Arthur's in the forest. He's just in a different area right now. He was given he was basically told to go around between the go in the area past the ranger station at 3 and investigate over there. Because Abigail confided to you, she does figure Arthur's probably not the one to be able to get himself out of trouble if something does happen.
Yep.
So it's probably best to leave him by the ranger station. As you all pull up to the Dukes, as the man calls it. Okay, this is where you come off. Thank you for being customers, and I hope you enjoy your stay in the underground forest.
Well, thank you, sir, and don't sit on any strange park benches.
I most certainly won't. As the mini ferry. It's not really a ferry. It's more of a raft, really. I shouldn't have said ferry because ferry gives you like an idea of a big ship, but it's more like a boat raft type dealy. As he pushes away and continues going down under the bridge. that you can see nearby to the east.
Well, Mustafa, that was a strange fella.
You learn to live with old jocks.
All right, so how are we going to start this search?
So we're gonna head out to the west, and we're gonna head up. This is basically just mostly trees and bush, so there shouldn't be too much over here. Maybe our hikers, hopefully. You all
All
ready?
right,
Yeah,
are we going
sounds great.
to split up or stay together?
Let's stay together. This isn't Scooby Doo.
All right.
So you all enter into the. You all are basically in the western area next to the first five on the other side of the river. Somebody do me a favor. Does anybody have a survival check that they can make?
I have 2 yellow.
I only have 2 green.
Okay,
Troll
so survival check, and difficulty is going to be 4 purple. 4
Can I
because
offer a boost die?
what would you be doing for the boost die?
So I'll also be searching. I did get some rudimentary training, but it didn't really stick when I was in the Navy. I was more concerned with wrenching on engines, but I'll do my best to, point out any tracks or trails that I see to Harbor, to Charlie.
Okay. You can. I'll let you do an assist for Charlie.
So that's 1 blue.
Yeah.
And blue is B, right?
B.
Yes.
B. And then black is K on the rolls.
Yep. Any blacks?
Got an assist from Mustafa as well.
Okay. Here we go. 1 straight success. Excellent. I think you forgot to hit the button again.
Okay, so a lot of trees, a lot of bushes. You don't see any wildlife in this section, weirdly enough. You do find a walking stick in a pool of liquid, and a pool of liquid nearby. It's kind of like a clearish liquid, and the walking stick does look like it has some sort of weird yellowish paint on it for some reason. It's like someone hit it with like a paintball or something. It
Oh, this is something about this. Oh, it's like that dream I had last night.
What? Both Vito and Don had a walking stick, right?
What was that?
Both Vito and Don had a walking stick, didn't they?
Yes. And you both Vito and Don had a walking stick, and you also had and Ryle. I will let you make a knowledge check on this to see if you recognize this pool of liquid here.
All right, what's the difficulty?
I will let you roll it at a 3 purple.
One success, one threat.
Okay.
Nice.
So take a strain as you reach into it, and you reach in this pool and you touch it and you pull it back immediately as your hand kind of burns a little bit. You rub it against some. You rub it against some. You rub it against some leaves of a nearby plant, and your hand's fine. But you could hear and feel the sizzling, and it's kind of like it's not super strong, but it is acidic enough to hurt that pool of liquid.
Ow, that hurts. Some kind of mild acid.
Ooh, is that a tree sap? Some
I'll
sort?
smell my fingers. What does it smell like?
It does not smell plant-based. And it smells familiar to a scent that you recognize from the museum.
Ooh, I might have encountered something like this before.
Now, I absolutely forgot to put on like a portable science kit on my character. Should I spend a story point to have one?
To have
A portable science kit, like something to take samples with, like a sample
okay,
taking kit.
sure, you have a
Because
science
it's
kit.
something my character would have. I just didn't think about that beforehand.
Okay, you can have a science kit for a story point. That leaves 1 for you guys, 2 for me. Ooh, 2 for me. So you can take a sample, do me a favor, and roll me a knowledge check on science.
Okay. And
Upgrade. It's going to
Can
be
I,
an average knowledge check. So
with
2 purple. And
what I've been, sorry to interrupt. Go ahead. I apologize.
go ahead.
Well, I was just going to ask that as I've encountered perhaps this stuff before, can I add a boost by kind of saying, that you might be looking at some kind of digestive juice here.
Boost added, and add on 2 blue for proper equipment to analyze this. And difficulty is average, so it's going to be 2 purple.
Okay, so I have any setback.
No, there's no setback. It's you're getting a total of 3 boosts, and your dice against 2 purple.
Okay. There it is. 3 successes, 4 advantage. Wow. It is what I'm good at, though.
All right. So you pick it up, you're analyzing it, and yes, it does seem to be some sort of. It does seem to be a weaker form of sort of digestic acid you would find in animal stomachs.
Okay.
Could I don't know if this would work, but could some of that advantage maybe give a clue as to what the yellow stuff on the walking stick is?
Yes. So the
Yeah.
yellow stuff seems like a dried. This seems like a dried congealed blood, except it's yellow. Also,
Does this
the
sorry,
walking
does
stick.
this ring a bell with me too, or
Yep, it does ring a bell, and you're feeling very nervous. In fact, with the rest of these advantages, I'm going to have it so that you see a reptilian eye in the bushes nearby. Mustafa shouts out about it as you pull away Charlie, and out of the bushes bursts a small creature on 2 legs with a big eye in each side on each side of its body, as well as a really hard club-like tail, really hard club-like formation on his back, and a large needle coming out the front with 2 holes in it.
watch out, Charlie? That thing's dangerous. If it sticks you with that proboscis on the nose, it'll inject you with digestive fluid.
Okay. This is why I did not specialize in animals. As he pulls out his axe.
Calling it an animal, I think, is generous terminology.
Are we going
Mustafa, you should get behind me.
As Mustafa picks up the walking stick. Yeah, no, I don't think. I think we can take one. As he says that, two more come out of the bushes, and they let out a little. They let out a little coordinated screech.
Do I have time to pull out Sister Mag?
You do have time to pull out Sister Mag.
All right, so Charlie, you see Trey reach into his coat, and does seem maybe a little overdressed for this. He's wearing kind of a nice suit, but he pulls out a submachine gun from a hidden holster.
Honestly, Charlie probably doesn't notice because he's probably standing in the front and you're behind him, unless you're cocking it or engaging it. He probably doesn't look back.
Okay, I always confuse this. Vigilance are cool. You guys, they do not have to drop on you, so I figure it's gonna be cool.
Sounds right.
Sounds good.
Okay, so both of you make a simple cool check.
Nice.
Yeah, those rolls came out nice.
Okay, so it's player, NPC.
Mark, do you want me to take a shot at it since you've got melee?
That sounds perfect.
All right. Well, I remember the last time we faced these things, or last time I faced these things, they were no fun at all. So I'm going to raise that submachine gun and fire.
Okay, so you know its defense is 1, and you are at enough range where you have difficulty for range. It's going to be medium range, so we have 2 purple and then 1 black for shooting at them.
All right. Sorry, I just realized I had the wrong character sheet.
We're looking at the old one.
Yeah.
That's okay.
Well, that first roll was right, but this one is going to be. So you said 1 defense and of course 1 purple for short range.
This is medium range right now.
Oh, sorry, medium. Gotcha. I'll use a maneuver to aim.
Very well.
Ooh, it's a miss.
Oof.
So you pull out Sister Meg intending to look all cool. And you remember these things effectively Capri Sun people. So, in a little bit of panic, you squeeze off the shot too early. And recoil kicks your fire to the side. Mustafa just looks at you and shakes his head. He's like, dude.
I'm a little better with a wrench in my hand than one of these, but I'll get it. It'll all come back to me.
Charlie, your turn.
Okay, Charlie, they're at medium range. I don't have. Yeah. He will go ahead and take a maneuver. Ooh, that only gets him to short range. Man, I don't think I want to get engaged with these. I think I will take a defensive stance. Not defensive. Is there a way to take cover?
Not really. It's more of an open trail. You can stick next to a tree. That's the best kind of cover you can have.
Okay. Let's see. Defensive stance, not the defensive maneuver. Will you on defense? I believe.
Sure.
It doesn't come up very often. At least I haven't used it
No,
very
if you
much.
want to take your defensive stance works.
Not the defensive stance. There's defensive stance talent, but it's not the talent. It's the defensive maneuver.
Yeah, no, it's a defensive stance is the maneuver.
Defensive stance is the maneuver, and the defensive.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I'll take the defensive stance, and is it possible I could maybe do a knowledge science check to try to see a weak point, so when they do get in the range, I can whack them without.
Sure. Give me knowledge. Okay, so you're gonna make me a knowledge science check. You're gonna get a boost for having analyzed the aspect of them. You're going to take 4 purple because it's an alien creature that you have no idea of.
Purple. For it was a daunting check, correct?
It's what?
Daunting.
Yeah.
And it was 2 blue or 1 blue.
I'll give you 2 blue because you have been informed a little bit by Ryle over here.
It's going. There it is. Oof. Oof. Oof.
Oh my god, that's gonna be so
That's
hard.
awesome. That's awesome. I love these rolls. So I got 1 failure, 6 threat, and a triumph.
Wow.
So I have no idea where to strike on these guys.
Let's see. You have no idea where to strike on these guys.
Triumph.
Let's hold on. Let me check. Let me pull up my. Let me pull up another chart right now. Sorry about that. I'll be back in a second.
All good. All good.
And real quick, Mark, you were right. Defensive stance is the name of the talent.
Yeah,
And
I know it's a defensive maneuver. I just can't remember what it was.
The maneuver is guarded stance.
Guarded stance, yeah. I make way too many characters that I don't play.
Yeah, the talent, of course.
So,
oh, good. Sorry.
Okay, so we have this. We have you back over here, and on this we have. You are so intrigued by these creatures. You're focusing on them. You're focusing on them, and one effectively manages to get a drop on you, getting up to engaged. You fall back, narrowly avoiding the needle coming forward. It almost pierced you. Your axe falls to your side, but as you fall, you manage with your rather graceless kicking actually kick out one of its legs under it. So this creature falls prone as well on the ground.
I'm cool with that.
Okay, so you're both on the ground, you're both prone, your weapon is next to you, but you don't have it in your hands right now. Okay, and it is going to be Beastie's turn. It's going to be Beastie's turn. And let's see. Okay, so they're in medium range. So we have two of them. They're going to take. Two of them are going to move up to short range, and then they're gonna. One of them's gonna run up to engage. One of them is gonna run up to basically be in your face, Ryle. The other one's gonna run up to be in Mustafa's face. Okay, so let's roll and see that.
I do have one melee defense from my suit.
How much melee defense did I give you again?
Just one. Oh boy. A failure, 2 threats, and a triumph.
Ooh, okay, that's nasty. How do you want to spend those 2 threats?
Could I use them to perform a free maneuver as an incidental?
Yes, you may.
All right.
And let's see. So it has one failure, so that's just a straight up failure, and then
So my maneuver will be to sort of like dance back out of engaged range.
so you're dancing back out of engage range, short range. But as you're doing this, the needle comes very close to knocking you back, so you're gonna take a black on your next check.
Okay. Looks like it missed Mustafa as well.
Yep. So the other one is about to go for Mustafa, and it's almost got him until you see him effectively just crack it on the head with the walking stick. So it takes a little bit of damage from that. It wasn't the full on swing, it was more of a defensive bat away. But right now, Mustafa has the advantage, and he has not been bitten by it. We begin back at player's turn. Allow me one moment, I'll be right back. I just got to drop something off to the sink.
Mark, do you want to go first this round since I went first last?
No, I'm fine with that. I think. Yeah, I should go. We're all in solo, really, at this point.
Yeah, if you attack it before it gets up, you'll have a blue die, or you should, since it's prone.
Yeah. Let's see. No defense that we know of yet.
Okay, so they have defensive 1. And who's going? Exo?
Yeah. Charlie's gonna go ahead and take one maneuver to pick up his axe, and I guess spend 2 strain to go ahead and take a second maneuver to stand up, and then whack it with the axe.
All right, so roll me a melee attack. It has defense. It would normally have defensive 1, but doesn't have defense because right now it's on the ground prone.
Okay. So no defense. So here we go. And
Just gonna be
are you cool with me spending a story point?
I
Yeah.
will be. I'll be
Oh,
spending a story point to upgrade this one. Oh no, I'm not spending a story point. Just a regular average difficulty.
No, I was talking to Ryle.
yeah. He can. You want to spend a player point? Go for it, man.
Yeah. Okay. So here we go. Oh. No successes or failures rolled. But
Okay, so you spent
one
a story
advantage.
point.
Yep, I did spend a story point. So they are all in your hands, I believe.
Okay, so the story points are all in my hands, and let's see. So your rather illustrious role over here. Wait.
I think I'm just gonna recover one of those strain I just spent.
Okay, so you're back up. You're not winded right now, and you are basically you're not winded anymore, and you pretty much have shaken off whatever pain's coming from the acid that you touched. What this basically allows you to do, you strike at it, but you miss it because it's skittering. It's skittering so much, it's hard to get a beat on. So since it's skittering so much and it's hard to get a beat on, you miss it when you take a swing at it with the axe. You're not quite too much in a bad position as it hasn't stood up yet, but you feel that that axe blow would have hurt it bad if you didn't miss. Next.
Okay. So now I'm at short range to this guy since I moved out of engaged. I'm gonna use the auto fire, so I'll increase the difficulty by one, and I'll also use my maneuver to aim to add a boost.
Don't forget to take the black because it did spend the triumph to add black to your next check.
Okay, and then it has one rank of defense as well, right?
It has one defense, yes.
Okay. You know what? I'm gonna spend 2 strain to double aim.
All right then.
Nice.
Well, I hit it with 4
Oh.
successes, but 3 threat.
Oof.
Okay, so that's that base damage is 5, so that'll be 8 damage, or excuse me, 9 damage.
Okay, give me a moment to interpret these results because you're not making it easy for me today, apparently.
What's a threat?
All right, so let's see. So you fire into this one, and it basically gets perforated badly. It gets perforated badly, and it starts jittering around, and it starts jittering around and squirming. It starts jittering around as it's bleeding, and it makes the environment a bit slicker with how much it's bleeding right now, and until it finally falls over. But before it falls over, its spasms actually knock down. Its spasms knock down Mustafa.
Oh no.
Just as it's going to be his go against it. Mustafa swears as he goes. And Mustafa's going to try to stand back up. So we have that, but before he can stand up, the beasties get to activate. He is supposed to go first, but those three that are having happy fun times right now. All right. So beastie number one that's going after Charlie Arbor.
I have no defense.
It struggles a bit to stand up, and then it struggles a bit, but stands up, then makes an attack. All right. So how do you want to? How would you like to utilize the threat against it?
See, one threat.
Were you wanting to inflict a strain? Sorry, Mark. I think you cut out a little.
Okay. Yeah. No. You can do.
No, I was just looking. Really
Oh,
gonna
sorry.
try-
Sorry.
Oh, good. Let's see here. Yeah, I think it's just gonna have to be the strain. They didn't take a aim maneuver, did they? Well, they can't. So yeah, just the strain.
Okay. So we have. It takes a strain, and you basically need to do something. You have currently 4 damage coming in.
Okay. I do have a soak of 4.
Okay, so it bounces, and you know what? Since it bounces, you don't have to. Since it bounces, you don't have to worry about the second aspect of this attack.
Okay.
Okay, and now we have the one. Now we have the one that's going after Mustafa.
Oof.
Oh dear.
2 successes, 2 threats.
All right, so effectively, this creature hits. This creature hits Mustafa, and most of its most of its attack seems to bounce off of it, except it pierces a little bit into him, and you hear. You have to stay. Okay, so you hear it pierce into him, and he starts screaming in pain as he bats it away just in time, but you can tell you hear a little bit of a sizzling sound as he's being hit by a little bit of the acid.
Hold fast, Mustafa.
Say that again.
Oh, I just said hold fast, Mustafa.
Trying. As he strains himself, but but he brings around the walking stick and effectively crushes the center of this creature's body down into itself, and he collapses on the ground dead.
The creature or Mustafa?
The creature.
Oh, good.
He's also he does fall into some nearby plants, and he does fall into some nearby plants, and he's remarking something about the acid not affecting him too much from this ever since hitting those plants. Charlie, you do know that I'll give you this one for free. You do know that em- some plants excrete kind of like alkaloids naturally, which is a basic substance. So it's pretty good neutralizer of acid.
Well, that was a fortunate coincidence.
Triumphs usually result in that. So we have two triumphs usually result in that. We have 2 player slots in the beastie. 1 beastie remains, and it's looking to ruin Charlie's day. Charlie, would you like to take a swing at it?
Yeah, take a swing, Charlie, then back up out of the way. You have your mic muted, Mark. I don't know if you are trying to talk.
Oh, is it the top of the round then?
Yes, sir.
Oh, okay. I missed that. Okay, let's see here. Yes, I'm gonna go ahead and do exactly what you said. I'm gonna go ahead and take a swing at it. Did it take a maneuver to stand up again? Or is it still had it been swinging from the ground before?
I mean, you were already standing, weren't you?
No, it was on the ground as well.
Okay, yeah, so you stand back up, take a maneuver to stand back up, and then you can swing at it.
No, the other one, the creature was on the ground prior to me getting up as well. So I was wondering if it had used its maneuver previously to stand up before it attacked me.
It did stand up before it attacked you.
Okay, cool. So I will just take my action first. And you know what? I'm going to go ahead and take 2 more strain to get it. Or I don't. Yeah, I'm going to take 2 strain to take a aim maneuver. So. So. And it has a defensive 1.
Defensive 1.
Boost. And oh, there's only 1 yellow there. Okay. Man, I am rolling advantages and advantages and advantages tonight. So 0 success, 2 advantages. I'm going to recover. No, I'm going to take my maneuver back to back away, and I happen to.
Did you aim?
I did aim.
Okay, because that would count as a maneuver.
Yep, I spent the strain for it. So I'm taking my second maneuver, which I've already spent the strain for, to back away or to disengage, and then my 2 advantage will offer a boost dice for the next person attacking it, hopefully with a gun.
I'll allow it. Ryle?
Okay. I will aim, so short range, and I will add auto fire for 1+1 difficulty. And of course, it has a defense. Oh, all right. Well, I hit it, but only 1 advantage, so I can't trigger auto fire. But that'll be 9 points of damage.
9 points is enough to basically smack into it, and it goes on the ground. As the last needle sprinter falls to the ground, Mustafa just shakes himself. You see him holding up. You see him holding up a some sticky substance, like he's holding up some leaves to his wound. It doesn't seem that deep a cut. Not really much of a wound at all, but you can see like the acid burn mark.
Here, which plants does that again? Let me take a look. See, and if this is what's got him, I think our. What do you think, Trey? Do you think our soldiers could taking these. Do we get age on our soldiers?
Well, if they fought in World War II, they must be pretty old.
I'm sorry. You had a machine gun?
Is that Mustafa talking to me?
That is Mustafa. That is Mustafa.
Yeah, well, as I put the machine gun back into my holster, I'll pull out my federal agent badge. I suppose it's time I come clean, fellas. I am a federal agent, and I've been assigned to the city here, to Raven's Thread. Raven's Thread, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I've been assigned here to Raven's Thread to help keep the peace, and that's why I joined the community on Facebook and met all you fine people. And I thought it might be helpful if I were here to help look for these missing fellas. And I'm glad I was, seeing this monster here run out of the woods at us, the three of them.
Charlie
I gotta
wants-
say, the two of you, I'm real proud of the way y'all behaved. You did real good.
I sort of feel like I should make a discipline check or something to see if I freak out now.
Now that the shock's wearing off.
This shock's wearing off.
Okay, Charlie, make a discipline check. We're gonna make it a hard one because alien monsters and a machine gun went off.
I'm more than cool with that. Maybe I'll roll something besides advantages. Woohoo! There's my successes.
2 seconds. I gotta figure out interpret this.
Was that Mustafa that failed?
Mustafa failed. I'm gonna deal with that in a moment.
I could attempt maybe like a leadership check to try to calm him down.
Yeah, you can try a leadership check. Take the
I've
shot.
only got, I don't know how good it'll be, but I can try it. Mustafa, now hold on. Now I know you're feeling a lot of strange things. You've just seen something you can't explain, and you've been involved in a life or death situation. I know from my military training, your body's in shock, but you need to just take deep breaths.
As he's just speaking rapidly in the same language radio spoke with Mr. Malik.
And we still don't so I know it sounds sort of pan South Asian, right? This language.
Yes.
But I can't place it exactly.
No, unless you know what the flag was in the shops.
Yeah, I don't think I recognized it. Mustafa, can you hear me? Can you understand me? I know you're not. I know your adrenaline's pumping and you're feeling all sorts of crazy things. But just know that you're here with people that you can trust, and we conquered this challenge together, and we'll be all right. We can face whatever challenge comes our way. So what do you think the difficulty would be on that?
Okay, so the difficulty, I'm going to make it an you do have federal authority, so I'm going to make an average check because that does lend you a good bit of credibility.
Okay. Hey, one success, one advantage.
Excellent.
Okay, so both of you are both Charlie and Mustafa are calm down, and as a added bonus, I'll let you both recover 1 strain because I'm nice like that, and also I have 3 story points, so I'm going to be a bit mean later. So he calms down. He kicks one of the things, takes the walking stick, repeatedly slams against it. Repeatedly slams the walking stick against the head or center of the creature until it's basically a fine paste. And he looks at you and he's like, "Okay, I'm fine now. let's try to find these people still. Let's get out of here.
Trey,
Yeah.
what the
Yeah.
what is that's not a plant. That's
No,
not an animal.
I agree with you there.
That is not crustacean. Well, is it crustacean? It ain't no. It's no crustacean I've ever seen.
You do see the picture of the creature I posted up, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Aces.
Well, it has some qualities that maybe look a bit reptilian, I suppose, but to be honest with you, I don't know where this thing comes from, but I can tell you this, that the strange rumors that people talk about in this city, I have a feeling that not all of them are just made up stories. I think there's some truth behind some of them.
This is just the geek in me coming back out now that I'm calming down a bit. What did you name them?
Ooh, I don't think I've ever really put a name to these things.
Dude, you've encountered them before. As far as I know, you get the
It's
right.
true. I
You
have fought them before. Yes, that's true. But it's been a whirlwind of activity since the last time I fought one of these things, and I never did put a name to them.
How about tray suckers? Or
Well, I don't know about that now.
tray hazard?
How about needle sprinters?
Okay,
Needle
Mustafa.
Needle sprinters?
Yeah, needle sprinters, because their mouth is like a needle.
Yeah. Those legs look like they move quite quick. Okay. Needle spinners. Yeah, I like it.
I'm gonna radio into Abigail for her to be careful about this.
That's probably a good idea.
So, what is the size of this map? So, is it like
It's basically I don't have an
like are we like 5 minutes from the dock? Are we like an hour from the dock?
You're like about half an hour from the dock.
Okay.
Okay, so half an hour from the dock, and Mustafa effectively leads you back over to the dock, and on your maps you see that he is. He effectively looks at the map, and he's like, "Okay, let's head over to number 11 over here."
Well, should we not see if we could follow? I mean, we did find a walking stick. That's some evidence that either Vito or Dom was here. Should we see if there's a trail?
Somebody roll me survival then. So as you guys look for a trail, actually, that's what.
Does Mustafa have a cunning of 3 by chance? We can do a group roll. I mean, I only make a survival check, but
Mustafa does not have a cunning at 3.
okay. So yellow. What difficulty would you like?
Let's see. You have the walking stick. You know needle sprinters are around, so you know what trails to look for effectively. Give me a 2 purple average check.
Any setback for amount of times it's been, or
I'm going to give you 1 setback for the amount of time it's been.
okay?
Jeez,
But
begging for setbacks.
since there's
yes, I am.
also since there's not really much wildlife in this area, there's less of a chance of tracks being wiped away. Otherwise, I would have had something like 2 setbacks, maybe even 3, depending on how active this section of forest was.
Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, cool. And I always like to think of like knack for it. It's like you got to toss those setbacks out there so knack for it can be used. I don't
Do
have
you,
it.
do you, ah, well, Sensalt, I'm kind of thinking like, is this something I should probably call into radio?
Yeah, you can call in radio.
Okay.
Oof.
Ooh. Always threat. 2 successes, 3 threat, and a triumph. Always rolling threat.
Yeah, every game I play, I'm rolling. I'm a threat monster.
So do you want me to make that call first, or do you want to take the results of this check first?
I thought Mustafa
I'll let
already made the call.
you make that call first.
All right. No, I'm calling someone else. Radio. This is Architect. Over.
Speaking.
All right. Well, I'm on the assignment down here in the underground forest, and I have encountered some of those beasties that we dealt with in the museum. My friends here are calling them needle sprinters. You remember the ones with the long proboscises?
Joyous. Any casualties?
None as yet. Although the hikers were looking for, we found some evidence that they may have also encountered these beasties. Over.
All right. I'm heading to the underground forest. I will meet you in about a few hours.
10-4. Over and out.
Okay, so as for the great threat, the triumph, and the 2 successes. Dang it. Okay, let's see. We have that. Okay, so with these 3 threat, effectively you are going around over here. You're a little bit battered and bloodied up, and as you're searching for these tracks, you come across another trail, one more of the winding trails in this section. One more of the winding trails in this section, and you come across what looks like some sort of strange bag. You come across what looks like some sort of strange bag. In this bag, you open up and you actually see some white. You actually see like a package containing like a powdery substance in it. Just as you're looking at this, you hear a voice calling out to you. If this push to talk does not cut out on me again. Am I speaking?
Yes, we can. I can hear you.
Yep.
Okay. You hear a voice call out to you. What are you doing over there? And approaching you is a police officer of the Ravens Red Police Department. As you're holding this mysterious bag of white substance, crouched over it, and you're looking a little bit beat up and bloodied.
Oh well, sir. Is it a guy or a girl?
It is a dude.
All right. Well, sir, we been looking for those missing hikers. We just encountered an awful beastie in the woods and defeated them. And then we happened upon this weird bag. I don't know what this substance is here.
So Charlie's sort of freaking out because he's run into a police officer in the woods after seeing this stuff. So he is looking up to the top of the trees, like looking in the trees for something, and he's sort of hefting his axe. Maybe in not a great way. The officer would see it, but he's not looking at the officer at all.
As the officer basically readies to draw, and he's like, "You better lower that axe, buddy."
Well, now everybody, calm down now.
No. You better lower that. And then suddenly you see three a hand with 3 long curved sharp
Oh, I think we lost you there.
He pulls him above the tree line, and then a splash of red falls onto the ground after you hear a sickening crunch between his screams.
Damn it!
Hey, Charlie, did you have a dream last night where you saw that happen?
Yep. Yes, I did.
I had that same dream.
And
As you see a creature that lets out a low growl, looking at you from above the tree line. It stands on four spider-like legs with two hands that end in three wicked claws and a broad arrow-shaped face.
Oh, that thing! I've faced one of those too, man. Oh boy, watch out for that axe-like head. Wait, sorry, is this the thing I saw before? Or did I misunderstand?
This is a thing that you've seen before. You guys didn't get a chance to fight it,
Okay.
and right now you hear Mustafa already beating feet behind you as the
Yeah, good
creature lets out
idea,
a loud roar.
Mustafa. Allah Akbar to you too. Get home safe.
As the creature lets out a loud roar and swipes a bit too close for comfort.
I'm right behind you.
Gentlemen, your survival instincts are currently telling you to run.
All right, well, I'm going to tuck that baggie into my coat pocket. You never know when something like that might become important. Come on, Charlie, let's get out of here.
Right behind you. Let's go.
So it is a chase time, my friends.
You can't see my dance because I don't have a camera on, but I love chases.
All right, so I'm going to get out my CRB to make sure that I'm doing this right. And we're going to have a chase with Shavat chasing the two of you. And Mustafa.
I think I'm gonna run downstairs and grab a soda quick while he's getting that. Did anyone catch that?
Sorry about that. Just
Never mind.
Well, you wanted a break for a drink? Is that what you're saying, Mark?
Yeah, I was thinking since he was walking away, I'd do that, but no big deal. I'm fine. Did the touch key fail again?
the talk key has failed again. I'm going to do it again. 2 seconds. Let's go for weapon descriptions, armor descriptions. Covered encounter, structure, gameplay overview, encounter ends, maneuvers, incidentals. Show me the chase. Where are the chase rules again, just to be sure?
Oh yeah. Let's see.
I usually use the chase rules from the Forge, but
Dicey Stories has some cool chase rules too.
I'm sure there were chase rules somewhere. I'm trying to figure it out, though. I know there should be some.
I've usually done either a skill challenge or like a gained. Okay, you do this, you get that many successes, you gain ground, and like you break the chase when you're like past long range.
Yeah, it's like a
And then-
contested,
Yeah,
a contested role between the villains and the heroes, right? And then if you succeed, you can increase the range band by one, and if the villain succeeds, it can decrease the range bands by one.
yeah. But I've seen so many rules for them, but I love them all because darn it. Good
Yeah,
part.
I've
Okay, I
searched
found it.
Chase. Oh, you did?
Yep, I found it.
Is it called
So
Pursuit?
I'm going to cheat a little bit right now, and we're going to use a few of the vehicle maneuvers, except the vehicle is you yourself.
That's fine by me.
Okay, so you guys have to basically be running away from this creature. You are currently in short range. And if you're going to run, give me an average check against athletics.
Okay. Any setbacks on that? Or boost?
No setbacks for now.
Okay. Oh, can I ask for a boost since I have Swift?
Yes, actually, I'll give you a boost for Swift. Okay, so
Well, where was your first roll, Mark?
Oh, it didn't go through. Oh. I put a full X before it, thinking this is the .rr. Okay.
yeah, do it again because apparently it's grabbed up.
May I keep that blue? Or should I toss it on the next again?
You can keep that blue.
Nice.
3 success, 1 advantage.
Okay, so you both succeed, and Ryle, you're gonna have to take 2 strain, as it's not exactly the suit's not exactly the most maneuverable for a full-on dead run.
Man, what I wouldn't give for a pair of board shorts and flip flops right now.
As Mustafa's behind you, he's barely able to stay out of the creature's grasp, but he's still in short range of it. Okay, so let's roll again. I want you to give me checks. Any actions you want to declare?
So let's see. We are all story points are in your hands. So yeah, I guess just straight get the fuck away.
Are
Oops,
you gonna assist your group leader?
Yeah, so he's at short. So he's falling behind us, right? We're medium and he's at short.
Yeah, he's falling behind.
Yeah, I'm gonna turn. I guess maybe give him some covering fire, like if that makes sense, or maybe just kind of let him catch up and try to grab him by the shoulder and help him run. Maybe that's better.
Okay, so effectively, you're slowing down to grab him by the shoulder as well as firing back at the creature.
Well, that's an awful lot. If you think I can do all that, um,
Let's see. I will let you slow down, and you can choose to either give covering fire or grab Mustafa.
I think I'll grab Mustafa by the shoulder.
Okay, so you give me a roll on that, and Exo.
Yeah. I think Charlie is looking for more of those plants, those acid like plants, to see if he can grab some as he's running by, or to run through it and grab it and to maybe coat himself. So if it has the acid, he
No,
will
the
be
plants
more.
didn't. The plants didn't have an acid. The plants had an alkaloid.
Yes, he's looking for more of those plants that have the alkaloids, so he can run through them and hopefully coating himself to be more resistant.
Okay.
In
In
case
case
this creature also has
has
acid.
yes.
Take a setback for running into brushier area.
May I remove that setback with the swift instead of taking the boost?
You're still taking the boost from the Swift, but you're also taking a setback for running through a bunch of plants and trying to intentionally cover yourself in their
That sounds good.
excretions.
So what's my difficulty since I'm now trying to grab Mustafa as well?
Okay, so I'm going to make your difficulty an average, and I'm going to give you a boost because he's obviously going to help you in helping him.
Oh no. 0 successes and 5 advantage for me.
Wow.
Well, you got to make this hard for me.
Man, the games I've played, it's been lots of advantage.
Okay, so you're going to take. Okay, Mark, you're going to take 2 strain as you smack a little bit into some low branches, but otherwise you should be fine. And Ryle, so you guys are able to actually avoid it, and you even manage to. You don't get to get a further distance from it, but you guys do manage to get it to swing so that it knocks over a tree right in front of its feet. So it kind of trips up a little bit on that. You're going to get 2 boosts on your next run forward.
Nice.
Okay,
Can
so
I
give me
make
another
a
round.
suggestion?
Yeah.
Maybe we're running towards a place where
Yes,
there are people with
you are
guns.
running. Okay, so you would be running towards the docks where the ferry dropped you off.
Okay.
So same difficulty for this check, but we've got 2 boosts because of that tree that fell.
Yep, and take a 3rd boost because you have Mustafa with you.
All right, Mustafa, we can do it. We can do it now. He's distracted. Let's go.
Okay.
That's what I'm talking about.
Oh, stupid.
Type it again.
Yeah. Threat
You love those
generation
threats.
machine. I love those threats.
All right. So, Mark, you're gonna take one last strain from having a branch smack you in the face, but you both managed to get into long range from the creature as it trips over a bit more of itself and it has to struggle to get back up. And with the advantages actually, You have it so when you pass by one of the trees, right one of the trees, architect notices that it's still a little bit weak, so he shouts up to Charlie, with Charlie managing to smack into it and having it knocked down as well, which proves to be the last tree for the creature to trip over on itself. It's getting back up rather quickly, but soon enough you cross past and it reaches a threshold where it just stops and it doesn't move anymore. It's just growling, but it just doesn't seem to come any closer as it turns back and runs back into the forest.
Well, oh boy, whew, I haven't run like that since I don't know when. Whew.
Ambush predator. Thank God it's an ambush predator. Whew. That poor cop, though.
Did you notice how it seemed to stop right there? Like there's some kind of invisible border. Whew.
No, I think it was just the ambush predator. They don't chase after a certain amount of time. Once they realize they can't catch a thing, they give up. They don't want to waste energy.
Let's get out of
Maybe.
here.
Oh yeah, Mustafa, you're probably right.
Yep.
Let's go to the fair.
Well, now the ferry boat captain told us that we should cross the bridge and not try to take the boat back.
All right, let's head over to the bridge.
Yeah, I agree.
Let's just get out of here. I want to avoid that thing.
So,
Oh man, I gotta loosen my tie. I'm button a couple buttons here, fellas. Sorry, I'm going a little casual now.
I want to see that box that the cop was all interested in.
Oh, the powder. Yeah, here you go. Yeah, here's the box with the mysterious powder.
What color is it?
This is this powder as you bring it up, and this white powder, you give it a little bit of a smell test, you give it a little bit of smell test, and it smells pretty much like sugar.
Man. Okay, I do have it that Charlie went to school in LA. Let's do the fingernail test. Let's do it.
It smells like sugar, but as you scrape away, then it starts feeling a bit more salt. Then as you take it out, there's a few more. There's like a few blocks of this salt.
He's giving it a lick. He's gonna get some on his finger and give it a lick.
It's definitely salt.
Just straight salt.
It's definitely salt, and then on the inside of each of these bricks, you see like a little metal plate with a hole in it, and then inside the backpack you see a few other spikes that a few other spikes like the hole clicks on one side, and then it has spike then on the other, and a mini hammer. And what you can tell here is that these are salt licks. You know from your survival training that hunters use them to attract animals to certain areas.
What the?
So it's like
Salt lick?
it's like a big
Salt
pack.
lick?
What was that?
A freaking salt lick? They're trying to attract these animals? Or beasts? Or things? Okay, I got some blood. Got some acid.
Well, I'm beginning to wonder if these former military folks, if they were out here just hiking, or maybe they were looking for trouble.
As you guys now approach, you're at the ferry dock at 5, and as you see at the dock, you see Jake, you see Jacques over there. He's carrying another party, and He basically shakes his head as you look at him, and he departs back down the river again.
So he just left before we could get to him?
Yes.
So does the
All
river
right.
flow from 17 down towards us? Or does it go the other way? Like where we are up towards the top of the map?
It's going up towards top of the map.
Okay.
There are some other people in the raft as well.
Okay. May I make a check to see if I recognize any of them as other people? Other people in the search crew.
Go ahead.
What would you perception?
Perception, basic. Easy check. Easy check. That's what it's called. 1 purple.
Yeah. Of course, man. Oof. That is 2 failures and an advantage for those listening.
Okay, so 2 failures, 1 advantage. Unfortunately, by the time you manage to get a decent look at it, they're too far away to really tell who they are. However, you do hear them smiling and laughing, and they don't seem. You do hear them smiling and laughing, and ahem. Am I back?
Yes.
Yeah.
Sorry about that. It does hearten you to see people actually laughing and having somewhat of normal time in this underground forest. You will recover 1 strain from this, as your spirits are lifted a bit after all that nonsense you witnessed. Also, because you're probably under a lot of strain right now, so let's be nice.
Well, guys, I suppose we should take that bridge back. It's probably getting close time to rendezvous at the meeting point anyway. Maybe we can see if anyone else has encountered anything like we did.
I sure hope not, for their sake.
Same here.
I don't know. Arthur could use the exercise.
Hey, what about all that running we just did back there? I think I got my exercise for the whole week.
Yeah, this isn't quite the altitude I normally do my hikes at. I definitely don't usually run it. So,
All right, so you guys do cross over the bridge. A few people going forward and back. You meet up with 2 of the other search crews. Gales and Ignatius's. As you all gather up at the rather large gazebo, which effectively serves as like a food court type dealie. It's big enough to hold It's big enough to hold like tens of people, not just tens. It's big enough to hold 100 or so people. Yeah, that's a good number. As you all gathered here and basically talking with Abigail, talking with Detective Esperanza, folks are discussing whether or not they found anything. You see, Arthur's search group has 3 different. You see, Arthur's search group. They're pretty much all. They're pretty much already digging into a bit of food, and Arthur is engaged in the gift of gab. He's talking about things like gates that open up to other planets and something about giant worms. You're not sure.
Can I pull Esperanza aside?
Ryle, this is you.
Yeah, this is me. Yeah.
no, I got a question first, Ryle.
Sure.
What can we talk about? Like, do I need to keep my mouth shut?
Well, I think we should maybe try to avoid panicking all these fine folks. And what we have to say might sound a bit extreme, but Esperanza was with me the last time I encountered some of these creatures.
Okay. So,
And I suppose she is the authority figure here, being a police officer.
don't you outrank her?
It's complicated.
Complicated. Oh, your organization doesn't exist.
No, I'm a federal agent, of course, but then jurisdiction varies by region and.
MIB. I've seen MIB. I've seen MIB. I got it.
I'm not really one for fiction.
What? Oh, well, I understand. Now why?
But why don't you come with me so you can also help to describe what we've seen to Esperanza?
We need a name.
Okay, so you approach. You approach Detective Esperanza as she's sitting at a table. She's sitting at a table wearing her wearing some shades, and in her outfit, she is checking through some notes and crossing places off on her map.
Spider lizard claw? No.
Lieutenant, hi. You may remember me from our adventures in the Museum of Natural History.
Out of character, it's detective.
Sorry, detective. You may remember me from our adventures in the Museum of Natural History.
Yes.
Well, first, let me apologize for inviting you to see a movie. I didn't realize that you were already involved with someone else.
It's okay.
But perhaps more importantly, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, Charlie.
Oh.
Did you want to say something?
Oh, I was just going over names in my head. Sorry, I did not mean to say that out loud.
Detective, those those creatures that we encountered in the museum, we found some of them in the forest to the southwest. There was one that we've decided to call the needle sprinter. You remember those fellas with the long nose? In fact, you killed one, if I remember correctly. You shot it several times with your pistol.
Yes, I remember them well.
And then we also found something that my buddy Charlie here is calling a six-legged lizard of doom. It killed a police officer in the woods. Now, I don't want to talk too loud about this. I don't want to send people into a tizzy.
Where? Same area?
Yeah, same area. Over there by number 5 across the river.
Show me on the map exactly where it is.
Well, Charlie, what would you say? Right about here?
What, you want a survival check or something for that?
Yeah, give me a survival check to see if you can mark the rough area it was in on the map.
Difficulty?
Make it a difficulty. Since you have the map in front of you, just make it an average, 2.
Double check my skill. Yep. Woohoo! 1 success, 1 advantage.
Okay, so you do mark off the section, and once again, you are relieved that you have Doherty's dealing with this.
Yep, I will.
And you mark off the section for her. She nods her head. Anything we should know about this creature?
The six-legged lizard of doom?
If we can have a better name for it than that, yes.
It's
Well, it had 6 legs.
4 legs, guys.
It had 4 legs?
Well, it had 4 legs that walked on and 2 legs that attacked with.
2 arms.
Arms?
Okay, how about a 6-appendaged lizard of doom? Does that not sound good?
A diamond-headed doom crawler.
Or how about a spider lizard of doom crawler?
Ooh.
I'm sorry I asked. We know. Okay, so now that we know the location, I'll have some people check it out. Anything we need to know about it? I know you're calling it a creature of doom. Is it because it's like? Is it about as big as the little ones? The that we encountered, the ones in the museum?
42 feet. It was 6 yards.
Say that again.
Well, 6 yards, that'd be about 20 feet, right?
No,
In freedom units?
It's a bit big. I hate the metric or the English system.
Imperial, I believe it's called.
Let's see. I think you want to say something like 12 by 3 is 36. 12 by 3, 13 is 39.
So about 12 meters. About 12 meters.
14 yards. 14 yards.
12 meters. You do not work at. You're not a scientist. Never mind.
As Mustafa says, 14 yards. She just looks at all of you, a little bit of raised eyebrow and a slight bit of shock. Did you kill it?
No, we ran like hell. That thing would have devoured us whole.
12 meters. Great white sharks run in fear.
Discretion is the better part of valor, madam.
Yeah. Okay. I'll have a team check it out.
And somebody was putting out salt licks in that area.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's right. Somebody was maybe trying to attract these things.
I don't know if they eat salt or not, but they might have been.
Where'd you get
May I look at it again and see if it's been used or if it was like a fresh one that had been ignored. Because I didn't even look at it in that way before.
You talking about the salt licks you have?
Yeah, the salt lick I have. Can I look to see if it was something that
It's a brand new salt
was
lick.
being used or if it had been was brand new on?
Yep, it's a brand new salt lick.
Okay.
Well, it's mostly brand new. You did take a lick out of it.
Yeah.
Oh, something that I mentioned, but we seem to have moved past it really quick. Are you missing a police officer? Because we saw one get killed in the woods.
By the Doom Lizard?
Yes.
Wonderful. I'll have to do a roll call too. We'll see. We'll see.
I hope he wasn't a friend of yours.
I don't have many friends in the department nowadays, but I'll have to check.
Oh, yeah, I heard about that. The corruption scandal.
Anyway.
Well, maybe we'll get lucky. Maybe he'll be one of the corrupt ones.
Sandbee.
Anyway.
That's what we should call it, a sandbee. Multi-legged in Latin. Sandbee.
What is that, a thesaurus? Where did you get that from?
Hey, I'm a botanist. I had to learn I didn't really use that part of it much, and I could be wrong, but I know my plant Latin really good.
Honestly, all I remember from Latin is Agricola est in via Appia.
In any case, I'm going to have your group check my number 13 at the water reservoir.
All right.
All right, so you're going to break out over there, and you're going to be accompanied by Arthur Rowland up until he reaches section 10.
Do you think it's really safe to send people back out to search when there's all these big monsters out there?
Giant effing monsters.
The big ones. This is a big monster.
Yes.
What do we decide on? 14 yards?
From your story, it apparently stopped in its section, so it's probably contained there.
Well, I think it just got tired of chasing us.
Yeah, Charlie's of the opinion that it's an ambush predator and it only pursues its prey so far before getting tired. But I tend to agree with you. I think that it was somehow restricted to that part of the forest.
I'll have a team check it out. We'll move on from there. I'm having the rest of the search party stay up north over here. You and Arthur are going to hit up 10 and 13.
All right. That's,
Okay.
okay.
All right. So you depart.
Hey, Arthur, come on.
His crew consists of 2 other people, and he has. This button hates me. Anyway, Arthur has 2 other people with him. He has one woman who has her hair with a streak of purple. She's wearing a leather vest. She's also wearing a metric Bigfoot shirt, but with the sleeves cut off. And she's wearing black pants and combat boots. Then you have another guy. He's a skinnier individual. He too is wearing a metric Bigfoot shirt, and he's wearing green cargo pants as well as brown hiking boots. Arthur basically comes up and he's like, "Oh, we're like our own bridge crew here. We're going on like a voyage."
Yeah, we're going to probably cross a couple bridges. Yeah.
All right, let's go.
Not that last one.
So, have you guys seen anything on your travels? We haven't found any signs of anybody, but they had me checking by like near the ranger station for some reason. Don't know why.
We did encounter Lizard Lentham. Don't worry, it wasn't that hard to deal with.
I'm going to look over. I'm going to look over at Mustafa. How is he reacting to all of this?
Mustafa has a very annoyed look on his face right now as Arthur's just chewing his ear off about some sort of science fiction series. At least you think it's science fiction. You're not sure if it's science fiction or fantasy.
Well, I'm not really one for fiction.
As Arthur basically is going on and on and on and on and on and on and on. And you guys are learning entirely about this series.
Hey, Arthur, can I offer you a dried apricot?
Sure, what does it taste like?
Well, like an apricot, but drier. But it's best if you put it in your mouth, hold it between your teeth and gum, and just let it sit there for a while. But you have to keep your mouth closed. Is the thing.
Can I have one too? I think
absolutely.
That sounds absolutely lovely, and I yes, I would really love that one.
Yeah, but Arthur, remember now, you got to keep your mouth closed while you enjoy it.
Are you sure? Is that how I extract the most flavor out of it? Like,
yeah, you gotta Oh, I'm sorry to interrupt. Go ahead.
Like, is that how I extract the most flavor out of it? Like how Cole McGrath extracts electricity out of generators?
Yes, that makes perfect sense to me. That analogy. Yeah, but you want to reconstitute it with your saliva, so definitely keep it in there and keep it tight.
All right, I'm excited. Let's do this. As his crew just laughs a little bit. Mustafa just looks at you with a very acknowledging thank you look.
I'll give him a little sly wink.
As you finally reach point 10, and it's a bit more of an open area, but it is a picnic. It is like one of the picnic areas that people sell down. It's a bit more of a picnic area that people sell down and eat at. And Arthur's been instructed to look for any signs that they sell down and eat over here. Basically, anything like a fire pit or Maybe even discard wrappers. Granted, they didn't, or even discard like anything discarded. Anything that shows signs that they rested or ate here. At least that's one. That's what the woman explains to you as you depart over to number 13. And around about halfway there, Mustafa finally pipes up, "Oh my god! I never want to hear about any of those space Catholics ever again."
Yeah, I'd rather face one of those. Wait, what are you calling them now, Charlie?
Lacerta Luctum.
Yeah, one of them lesser lectums. They didn't hear any more out of Arthur. Am I right?
It may be a greater or lesser. I need to look that up. I don't.
Right. Yeah. No, I'll take that over Arthur's ramblings about that.
That is.
About that battle mace 50,000 game. Ugh.
Yeah, and what is a TARDIS? I didn't understand that part of it.
I think you meant tartan. That's what the Celts had on their belts. Their tartans, their kilts, right?
I don't know. I wasn't. I eventually stopped paying attention, or at least I tried to. I made a valiant effort not, and he sought to convert it every chance. Ahem. I made a valiant effort to not pay attention.
Well, fellas, I suppose we should have our heads on a swivel because this is the area here that we're supposed to search next.
As you come across the water reservoir for the underground forest. Fun fact, this water reservoir, which has a plaque in front of it, which literally says fun fact. Fun fact, this water reservoir provide provided water to the central district of the city during the early days. It still does, and this water gets bottled and shipped out throughout the city through all its homeless shelters to provide fresh, clean, crystal clean mineral water to all of Ravensthread.
Well, I have noticed that the homeless population seems to be very well hydrated.
Yes. And as you enter into yes, as you as you enter 1 second. Is the button working?
It is.
Yes, yeah.
Okay. Button be good, please. So, as you enter into the water reservoir, you notice that there is a security guard at the entrance. And it's like one of those boots that has a bar which would raise or lower for stuff like cars. How do you approach this?
Is there a person in the booth?
There is. There's a guard in the boot.
Well, hello, sir. We're here to search for the missing hikers. Perhaps you've heard of this.
On whose authority?
Detective Esperanza is in charge of the operation, but I am also a federal agent, and I'll display my badge.
I've seen more real ones at Spirit Halloween.
Well, that's not very kind. The government pays a pretty penny to have these minted.
To the lowest bidder.
Well, regardless of your opinion of my badge, could we be allowed into the facility to search the area?
You said you're being led by Detective Esperanza.
Yeah, should I not have said that? Are you one of those corrupt people?
Excuse me?
Oh, should I have not have said that?
I think Charlie needs to make a cool check.
Okay, so Are you gonna say anything else right now, or?
Well, we're just here to try to find these missing hikers. As we're searching the whole area of the underground forest, all these different parts of the park, and this is the next one on the agenda. We gotta mark it off. Maybe there's something we could trade. Would you be interested in? What do we have here? We got a whole lot of salt. You want to making some ice cream or something? You might need that.
First you call me corrupt, then you offer me salt for a bribe. You don't even offer something that could resemble a good bribe. You offer me
Oh,
salt.
well, what do you envision a good bribe to be?
Nothing. I ain't corrupt and I don't take bribes. You can mark
Oh,
this place off
perfect.
a map, but you're not getting in.
Well, now come on now. I mean, I was just joshing. I was just trying to have a good time. I was trying to lighten your day. I could see you've been standing here a long time. But in all seriousness, we are looking for people that have been lost for a number of days. Can't you see the importance of our mission?
And I can see I've been guarding this facility. My job is to not allow anybody in here.
Okay, I would like to try to slip by as he is engaging him and aggravating him.
Okay, roll me a stealth check.
Ooh,
Uh,
this is my strength.
Stealth.
Yes.
Yep. Okay.
Can I offer a boost die as I am incredibly annoying? Well, here, have a dried apricot.
Now you try to bribe me with fruit.
It's real good. I'm making it my own dehydrator.
What kind of professional do you take me for? It's like nobody respects me because I'm a security guard, but it's a good job and it gives good hours. I do good work. I keep people safe too, you know. Not like one of you fancy government agents. Okay, Mark, give me a roll. It's going to be 3 purple. And add a black because you do notice that there's a camera system here.
The boost for the lovely
For
distraction.
Trey's distraction.
A boost for Trey's distraction, yes.
Okay, this is gonna fail horribly. And it did.
As as you all effectively, you're distracting me. And the guy basically goes to architect, and he's like, "Oh,
Oh, no,
as he's pointing." I'm sorry, guys.
all good.
As he's pointing to Charlie, and he's like, you, stop! Really, really, you think you can sneak past me? Like I'm saying, I'm an experienced security, and nothing slips past. And
Can I recommend my threats is that he breaks out in a big smile. That Charlie breaks out in a big smile and goes like, sort of rolls his eyes when he says, "I'm a good security officer," and he's just like, "Get the out of here."
you all can leave now, and you're not coming in here. As Mustafa basically shouts at you, "You two get back. Let me talk, please."
Oh yeah, all right. Sorry. Yeah, Mustafa is definitely the most professional of the three of us. Hey, Charlie, why don't we look around the perimeter while Mustafa is talking to that fella?
No, you stay here in my sight.
Well, no, why would we do? You don't need us. We're just gonna walk over there into the woods.
No, I know the trick. I was delinquent too, you know.
Delinquent. I was in the Navy.
Exactly, delinquents.
classic Air Force.
Ooh.
Okay, so Mustafa starts by talking to him, and he effectively is able to calm him down. So he's not angry right now, but he hasn't gotten to budge and letting you guys in at the moment. And Mustafa's going to try one more time. Are any of you doing anything to help?
Yeah, I'm going to act really contrite. And gosh, I'm awful sorry. It's been a long day. We've been under a lot of stress. We've been trying to find these hikers, and sometimes my dander gets a little high when I've had a long day. I do apologize for my misbehavior.
All right, and with that, he is able to. The security guard finally lowers. Security guard finally just shakes his head and he's like, "All right, all right. Seeing as you are here to rescue people, and of course, according to statutes and Good Samaritan laws, as cited by Mr. Mustafa over here, because Mustafa was quoting. Mustafa basically pulled out the book and started reciting from it effectively. Not literally, but more not literally, but more metaphorically. Mustafa basically was. Sorry, this button is being annoying. So Mustafa basically was able to convince this guy to let you guys in to explore the water reservoir, provided that you stick with an escort he's assigning to you. As you see as you see, like on, it almost looks like a plastic pillar on wheels, rolls up to you, and effectively, it goes up to you, and you see a little screen on top of it that displays a smile. Hi, I'm Irby. I will follow you and guide you to our wonderful water reservoir facility.
Hi, Irby.
Yes, my name is Irby.
All right, well, lead the way.
Very well. As the robot starts wheeling its way to the facility, and it starts giving us basic information about when the reservoir was built, the purification. Like you see, these four buildings in front of the main building are like sheds for maintenance, including including like a sleeping quarters for workers that would be here. One of the it is noted that the sleeping quarters usually haven't been used for a while, but in recent times have seen a bit more use.
Oh, I gotta be right back. I gotta shove a pill down my cat's throat quick.
Good luck.
Oh, it's crazy simple. He doesn't fight it at all.
Oh, okay.
That might be one of the strangest things I've ever heard.
Yeah, no, it's like he's trying to one up my session. Okay, so I'm just gonna wait for him to be back. Take some time, get yourself some water or whatever.
Okay, sounds good.
Bill is served.
Oh, that's
Okay.
all. You're back already?
Oh yeah, he gets a pill twice a day. He's so used to it.
Oh, okay, that's good. I thought they usually become like very little Cuisinarts in these situations.
We are very lucky. Very lucky. If he became a Cuisinart, wow, he's a big cat.
All right, so you guys are having a tour to the facility as Irby is basically chatting off, but it's actually fairly neat local history about the water reservoir. You're learning a lot more about water reservoirs than you would expect, and purifying spring water from caves. But it somehow managed to stay fascinating, and it certainly beats learning about Battle Mace 50,000.
For sure. I don't really ever, that whole like warp gating technology doesn't make any sense to me. Like, are they traveling through hell?
I don't know.
Irby, more information, please.
Arthur's still with us, right?
Yeah, Mustafa's still with you.
Arthur.
No, Arthur's at Section 10 right now with his crew.
Okay.
Yeah, we left him behind, fortunately. So as we're being led around this facility,
So
do we
you
see?
basically you come across like you actually do come across and you see that there's been signs that some doors have been open, and Irby comes up to one of the doors. He's like, "Oh, this should not be open." Hmm.
Well,
Maybe
Irby, maybe it's best if you stand back and we investigate for you.
I will bring Officer Dave here. Security Officer Dave will be of great assistance.
I really don't think I can talk you out of it. So yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so as Irby wheels off, and he's like, "Potential situation is going to happen, but we will handle it."
Well, as he's gone, maybe we should do our own investigation.
Yep, sounds about right.
As Mustafa opens the door, and he looks around, holding up the walking stick with one hand, ready to swing it. Looks fine inside. Let's go.
I'm gonna go ahead and draw my submachine gun.
I'll just have a hatchet out instead of the full axe. We're going inside, right?
Yep, you're going inside. So you all go inside, the three of you, and it is you see like the big old water tanks and pipes leading to different levels of filtration and whatnot. Some steam shooting off from time to time. Occasionally, like a jet of steam shoots off, and there's catwalks above where you can look into the tanks. The tanks have clear tops, apparently. So, you guys, are you going to stay in the lower level, or are you going to go on the top level?
Well, I think maybe I think I'm going to move on up to that top level, see if I can get a bird's eye view of what's going on in here.
Okay, so you are going up to the top level, and what about you? Are you going up top level as well, or no?
I was muted. Yeah. We don't want to split up.
Okay, so you all go up to the top level, and Mustafa's obviously not going to stay in the bottom alone. As you all basically climbing up, and you actually see the water being gathered from a spring and being moved to the filtration systems. Apparently, this is like as Irby was telling you, sometimes they offer tours for like the schools in Ravenstrad and other schools from outside to see this whole system, as well as from time to time during the summer it opens up a bit more and all that jazz. During summer it opens up a bit more and people are more free walking around the city. This is like a very 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 early spring you're in right now. I forgot to establish that. Sorry about that. It's early spring. It's not quite vacation season yet. So as you're going down the catwalk, at one point you see you look in front of you and you look behind you and you see part of the catwalk just starting to crash down as you hear the snapping of metal. I am spending I'm going to spend 2 story points for this.
That's the early spring for you.
As you see at the bottom of this now collapsed at the bottom of the now collapsed catwalk, you see a creature around about the size of a sedan, a car like a Toyota Corolla or something, or more the size of a Prius, effectively. In fact, almost shaped like a Prius. Looks like it has two crab-like claws with eyes on two crab claws with eyes on stalks, and its back is actually like a massive. Its back shell is formed a bit like a hump, except in the middle of this there is a hole which opens up, revealing a toothy mouth as it snaps up at you guys.
Now that's a strange looking monster.
It lets out a shriek as it snaps claws at you in your direction.
And so it was the bridge we were on that was knocked over, right?
It was knocked down.
Just
The catwalk you're on was knocked down. You're able to barely hold on to the railing and not slide down into engage with this creature.
okay.
Well, fellas, why don't we make some turtle soup out of that thing?
What do you mean turtle? It's a crab.
Ooh, crab's even better.
Shoot it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Okay, everybody roll me vigilance.
Oof. Whoa.
That big weird crab just moves too fast.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I should have probably double checked that stat block for this. But in any case, it has a vigilance of 4 for some reason. So, Fooey. It has its slot first, and then after that, it would normally be Mustafa, but I'm counting that as a yeah, it would be normally be Mustafa, but I'm counting that as a player slot because you're all pretty much a tight unit at this point. So it's crabbed and it's 3 player slots.
And it's at short range to us currently?
It is at short range to you guys.
Okay.
Okay, story points have shifted. There are 2 story points in your side of the pool now, 1 story point in mine. Or you know what? Considering this creature and looking at stat line, I'm going to make it so I spent 3. That's probably the only way to be fair with this thing.
I mean, if you insist.
I'm not going to argue. Do you want to change it, or do you want me to?
Okay, so the creature's going to try to maneuver on the catwalk, but it is a bit too big, so it collapses the rest of the catwalk that I was trying to maneuver on, as you guys are still on section that can be reached by its claws, so it will take a swipe at you, but it's going to take it at a distinct disadvantage.
Which one is it going after?
Who asked that question again?
Who
That was
it
Mark.
going
Okay, thanks for volunteering, Mark.
after? Okay, that sounds fun. Let's go ahead and use one of those. So I am going to use one of those story points just to clarify.
Okay, so you're going to use a story point to for what?
To upgrade its attack on me.
Okay.
That's too many reds, unless I have.
No, I was giving it another red because it's trying to attack you through a stinking metal catwalk.
Oh, okay.
I'm being nice because this thing is not.
Yeah. 4 success, 2 threats.
Oh God.
I get face damage.
Well, Charlie, it was nice knowing you.
Okay, so let's see.
Charlie's pretty beefy for an intellectual.
How much health do you have?
I have 11.
And what's your soak?
4.
Oh, okay. That's good. So, Charlie, do me a favor, and you're gonna take 4 damage. It's a total of 8 damage, right?
Yeah.
8, and then 3 more. So, actually, it's total of 11 damage, but that's minus 4.
11 minus 4 is 8. Or 7.
That's 7.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have my shoes off now, so I can do that kind of math.
I work in a preschool, so like that's advanced math.
Okay, so you're gonna take 7 damage right now.
Good.
As it grabs you and slams you around on the catwalk, and it can't activate an ensnare right now, so you're lucky in that department. It has to drop you, and its claw is a little bit stuck, leaving it vulnerable for a strike. This will give you a blue on your next action.
Sounds good.
Okay, so we have 2 player actions and 1 Mustafa action.
You want to go ahead since Charlie's engaged already?
Yeah, that oh crap, I only have that hatchet out.
Did you leave your hatchet outside?
No, I have the hatchet in my hand, not the axe in my hand.
You have the axe still in your inventory, right?
Yeah.
Okay. You can take a maneuver to switch, or no, it's an incidental.
Yeah, no, it's a maneuver.
Okay, yes, take the maneuver to switch and then take a swing because you're already engaged.
Let's see. Let's take a look at that picture again. Okay, got me with a claw.
What
Mouth.
silhouette is this monster?
It's a 2 or 3, 2, right?
It's size 2, I think, is what we're calling it, because it's around about the size of.
Well, Prius, wouldn't that be a 3?
Yeah, 3. It's a 3. It's a car-sized monster. It's a 3. Sorry.
Cars
Oh, so that
two.
reduces the difficulty to hit it by 1.
Yep. So you're gonna be striking it with 1 purple, and it has no defense.
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and switch to over to my axe. But I think I have to just drop my hatchet though. I don't think I have a maneuver. I'm not gonna spend the 2 maneuver to get to switch. I'm just gonna drop my hatchet and pull my axe and then attack.
Okay, Paul Bunyan. Let's see what you swing.
Okay, so that is
Don't forget your boost.
yep. R green, purple, blue, and defense.
It has no melee defense, actually.
Does it have adversary?
No. This creature was not given adversary.
Okay. So just the 1 purple and no setback.
Yep.
What in the world?
Nice.
How do you
No
want to
threats.
No
How do you want-
threats. That's for me. That's unusual. That's 9 damage coming at it. Minus its soak. 3 advantage. If I make it through that soak, I think that should be a crit. That is a crit.
Okay, yeah. So roll me a D100.
Plus 10. The X has a vicious 1.
Okay, yeah. So roll me a D100. We'll add 10 to it.
47. Or 57 with the agonizing wounds. Oh,
Okay, so so you take your this thing's already messed you up. This thing's already messed you up bad, and you are feeling nothing. You are feeling nothing but absolute hate in its direction. So you drop your hatchet, you take out the axe, and you swing it. You swing it with a mighty blow. That's and a scream of fury, which smacks into the connection between its claw and its arm, and you chop it. You hear crack, and you hear a crack, and you hear a cut as you cut right through the connective tissue, and the creature lets out a massive shout as it takes this agonizing wound, which will increase the difficulty of all brawn and agility checks by 1 for it. So you have effectively weakened this creature a good bit. It doesn't seem. Hello, Katie. We are in the middle of a fight against a massive creature. If you scroll up on the chat, you should see it. This massive crab-like creature. They're fighting it while on a catwalk inside a water reservoir. This is all on a mission to look for missing hikers in an underground forest. And actually, Mark over here managed to pull off an agonizing wound critical on it, thereby making its checks harder when it tries to hit the players. In fact, it's going to be Ryald's turn next. They are currently accompanied by their group leader, since the hiking search party is organized in 5 groups. They have their group leader, Mr. Mustafa Beg. He has proven himself rather adept at dealing with the weirdness that's been going on. At the current moment, there's a monster inside a water reservoir that's trying to knock. Basically, it's the size of a Toyota Prius, so Silhouette 3, and it's trying to tear down the catwalk they're on and pull them into its mouth. And it nearly pulled that off with Mark until he decided to answer the question. Yeah.
Were you doing the count's laugh there, Mark?
Yeah. Yes, I was doing the count's laugh.
Okay, so this so what, three creature? Mark's still engaged, or excuse me, Charlie's still engaged with it, right?
Charlie's still engaged with it, but considering how the situation is that you're still on the catwalk, you can take a shot at it without having to hit Charlie.
Oh, nice. Okay, I'll do just that. So this submachine gun, I'll use the auto fire, increase the difficulty, but because of its silhouette size, that'll reduce the difficulty by 1.
Okay.
And I will use a maneuver to gain a boost for aiming.
Okay. Would you like to spend a story point? There's an opportunity here.
Well, twist my arm.
Twist.
Sure.
Twist.
I'll spend a story point.
All right. So you notice that this thing's covered in mostly a heavily armored shell, but occasionally it opens up its mount from time to time. So with your aiming, this is part of the observation that you make while you're aiming. So for taking a setback, for taking 2 setbacks, I'll allow you to try to shoot when the mount's open.
All right, I'll do that. I'll also. How about I also spend 2 strain for a second maneuver to reduce the number of setbacks by 1?
Sure.
So like a double aim, basically.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh man, 1 failure, 1 advantage.
Okay, so let's.
I think for that advantage, I'll go ahead and. So even though my shots go wide, I sort of distracted it, like it's turned its attention away a bit from what it was doing before. So it'll add a boost onto the next ally to go.
Okay, so with that, Vial, did you add in your blue for aiming?
Oh, I thought that aiming at its mouth was the. But I'll take a blue if I can get a blue.
You were aiming. You should have gotten a blue for that.
Well, still 0 successes because it cancels out that 1 failure, but 2 advantage.
All right, so with that,
yeah. So what? Go ahead.
You have 2 advantage. How would you like to spend 2 advantage?
Well, let's see. So an advantage might be spent to kind of change the situation a little bit in our favor. Perhaps the catwalk, when he's kind of tearing at the metal of the catwalk, maybe that precariously rips loose a piece of metal that's sort of hanging above the monster, to where if someone can hit that and set it free, it might impale it. Does that make sense?
I'll allow it. As it's tearing away at the catwalk and catwalk's attached to the roof, you notice one of the pipes above breaks open and has effectively a sharp end, which now is pointing downwards at this creature, and it looks like it's very precarious what it's being held up by. Okay, Mustafa's going to take his turn, and Mustafa, he's going to basically pull Charlie back. He's basically going to grab he's going to grab Charlie and pull him back a little bit.
Excellent.
And he hands you a bottle of pills. Take those now.
Am I able to?
Yes. Actually,
now,
no.
My understanding is you shouldn't take medication that isn't prescribed specifically for you by your doctor.
As you're saying that, Mustafa's already pouring the pills down Charlie's throat.
Oh, all right. I guess Mustafa's the expert.
Charlie, heal 5 for painkillers. Okay, Beastie gets to go now, and it's angry, it's ticked off, and it is in a dangerous situation. Ooh, this is fun. Now, this is the Beastie's attack roll that it's going to try to take. It's going to move up and try to take a swipe at. It's going to try to take a swipe at Ryle. Since you made
my
a
character's
loud
name is
noise.
Trey.
Right. It's going to try to make a take a swipe at Architect here, Trey. Since you made a very loud, frightening noise, and it doesn't like that.
Oh boy.
Okay, what's your soak?
It's 4.
Okay, so you're gonna take 5 right now, but you have 3 threat you can spend against it.
Man, I think that thing that got loose. It's actually really, really big and would cause a lot of damage. It was bigger than we first realized, and we now know it's there.
Yeah,
So,
could I perhaps how would you feel about maybe an upgrade on a check to knock that thing loose?
I will allow it because it's shaking around a catwalk. It's probably weakening it, and it's coming down precariously close. Next up is a player activation.
What do you think? Should I try to shoot that thing loose?
I got pulled away, so yeah, it seems like I should be out of the way now, right? I got pulled out of engaged.
You are right now in short because Mustafa had to pull you in to be able to give you the painkillers.
Nice.
Yeah, I said go for it.
So, what would the difficulty be to like shoot upward at this thing?
Okay, so normally it's gonna be a hard check for this because you're still trying to shoot down a metal pipe. You're gonna have to do at least a hit, and yeah, so it's gonna be a hard check. However, because of those 3 threat that you were able to utilize, you do have an upgrade to your check for this.
Okay. And I will take a maneuver to aim.
All right, roll to shoot these pipes overhead.
Oh man.
Oh,
Yeah, so the rounds from my submachine gun clatter against that pipe but can't loosen it enough to let it fall.
Okay, so the pipe's loosened pretty badly right now, and it's almost ready to fall, but you can't just quite get it to fall yet. Charlie, it is your activation.
Can I use as advantage to pass a boost on to the next person to act and then specifically target myself with another boost with the other 2?
Right now, you only have 3 advantages. Oh yeah, no, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Awesome. All right, Charlie, I couldn't get that pipe loose. See what you can do.
what was the range on that pipe?
It's a short range.
Short range. I don't have a hatchet. I don't have a ranged weapon. But would you allow me throwing a regular chopping axe?
Would I like throw an axe?
Yes.
As like an improvised weapon?
As an improvised weapon.
Yeah.
What does that add? An automatic threat onto the...
Yeah,
Okay, so it's gonna add on a threat for this, and I'm gonna get it's gonna add on a threat because it's a bit cumbersome. But I will allow you to hammer throw this axe at the pipes. Difficulty. Okay, so the difficulty is going to be we're gonna make it 2 purple now because it has loosened a good bit.
I have to use the story point because I don't have any ranged.
Heck yeah.
I'm going to use the story point for my intellectual ability. So my ranks is considered 3, the same as my intellect. Of course, that still only gets me the same pool, or gets me a slightly better pool. But so that's a yellow, green,
Are you
green.
gonna maneuver to aim?
I will maneuver to aim. In fact, I will double maneuver to aim. Okay, so .r yellow, green, green, blue, blue, and it was, you said, hard difficulty?
It is hard difficulty, yes.
And I got 1 blue from the bouncing blue.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Please to gosh. Please to gosh.
Ho, ho, ho. Nicely done.
3 success, 3 advantage.
All right. So you throw this axe at the pipe housing, and it sails into it where it smashes in. It bounces. It smashes in, and it doesn't cut into it, but it knocks it off enough where it all falls down. And you have this massive. You have this massive pipe. This creature is just letting out another yell. Just comes right through its mouth and spears into it, pinning it to the ground as it spasms and bleeds.
All right, Charlie. Good shot.
Thank you, Mark. Okay. Man. What the?
As Mustafa looks at you guys and he's like, how are we going to explain this to Dave?
I don't think he'll think anything of it. He's a robot.
No, that's Irby.
Oh, yeah.
As you're all basically getting down and getting ready to... As you all get down from this creature, you can explore more of the water reservoir now. Give me perception checks, both of you. Give yourselves... now that you know that there's a beastie here, now that you know that there was a beastie here, give yourselves a blue each.
What's the difficulty?
It's going to be a standard difficulty, average difficulty. If I'm not naming a difficulty, assume average.
Hey, 1 success.
1 success, 2 threats.
You love your threats.
Yeah, my threats.
I gotta find a new way to use these. I'm not gonna give you a strain right now. I got an idea. All right, so Trey is going around and he finds a set of brass casings, spent brass casings of bullets that are not yours. They're effectively 556. They're effectively 556, and as you pick them up, you see a bunch of spent casings, and then you see some boot prints that lead outside the back of the back door of the reservoir.
Charlie, Mustafa, I found something over here.
As Charlie, you too find some more of these bullet casings, and you actually find like a discarded wrapper of a. You find a discarded wrapper of a granola bar, and as you hear Trey call out to you, you hear the door open, and Officer Day's like, "I heard those. What have you?" As the door opens, and Officer Dave. Irby told me there's an emergency. What did you do to my water reservoir?
As
Well,
you can see, we didn't do anything. You had an infestation.
That's not an infestation.
I don't know what else to call it.
it's some kind of big land crab.
It's
It's an infestation. It is.
how?
I mean, honestly, do you never patrol this facility? I feel as though you might have seen it had you been doing your rounds.
I do my rounds. I've never seen anything like this.
The Oris concrete has known for doing this exactly.
But
I mean, ask yourself how this thing would have even gotten in here. There's not a door big enough for it to get through.
It grew.
It must have been in here for a long time and grown up.
no, that doesn't make sense.
Well, sir, then you explain how it got in here.
Aha! I got it. As he walks over to one of the
No.
It's like we lost his insult.
you guys see a hole in the ground, and it effectively is big enough for this thing. And you see like a few bones in there, and you see a few bones in there, and you see a hole in the ground that seems where this creature come out of. And when you look to your left, you see the hole it used to get out of this office.
All right, well, I retract my earlier statement because clearly this is how this thing entered this facility. What kind of bones are those? Are those human bones?
Uh,
Oh, please, no. Actually, please, yes. That means we can leave.
as you pull up one of the skeletons, as you start pulling up one of the skeletons, you see one skeleton that still has its bones relatively together. The body's mostly rotted away, but there's still some connective tissue.
Does it have a red cap on?
No, actually.
All right. Well,
You
it's not
see-
Dom Vickers anyway.
You see a face. You see like a skull that looks you see a skull of a peculiar shape. Let me find myself some paper. Hold
I'm
on.
not much of one for phrenology, but you notice the odd shape of this skull?
It looks like the leftovers of a comb over. No. I forgot to look for my axe. Did anyone see
Oh,
my
yeah. Let's see. I think it bounced off over to the side over there somewhere. Look under that big pump housing.
I will look around.
Oh, man, I hope you didn't lose your axe. That was a pretty axe.
As you pull out this body, it looks like it's about 8 feet tall.
8
And-
feet?
Yeah.
Wow, that's almost 3 meters.
Enough with your fake European measurement systems.
It's called Imperial. Wait, no, that night. I'm sorry, that's metric.
But yes, so you see this body has this body's 8 feet tall. It has 4 arms, and skull. That's the shape of the skull with its eye sockets.
Well, I guess this is yet another strange occurrence to throw on the pile of strange occurrences we've encountered today. But this is clearly not a human skeleton.
No. I know trees, and I know that not human. Nope.
You want to take a sample of this to add to your sample collection?
Hang up. I should go back and do that.
As Mustafa and Dave, security guard, they just look at it. They just look at each other. Dave says, "I'm not paid enough for this." Mustafa just shakes his head in agreement.
And Charlie just goes ahead and starts getting samples. If there's any loose material,
There's some tissue you can grab.
and then he'll have to dive down and go into that reservoir to.
Are you
to get
going in?
samples.
You're going into the cave where the armor crab came out of?
Well, now hold on. Now
I'm
we're
going,
just here to find some missing hikers. That's our mission.
I'm going into the reservoir where the dead one is to get a sample.
Well, no. You pulled it out from the hole in the back office.
Okay, I can get a sample without having to go back in the water. That's great.
Yeah, you don't have to go into the water.
Yeah, I don't think we've never. Yeah, let's not go in that water. But we did find. So we found some shell casings and then some footprints, right, leading somewhere.
Yep,
Out the back door. Is that correct?
out the back door. Yeah.
Okay,
So-
Mustafa, you ready for this?
All right, Dave. We'll see you later. We'll leave you to clean this up. We're gonna go see if we can find those hackers.
I'm gonna come with you guys because obviously there's a disturbance in this facility that's originated from somewhere else, and I have to find out where the origin of that disturbance is in order to do my job properly as a security guard.
Oh, Dave,
sure,
I think
Dave.
you've. I don't know, Dave. It seems like you might want to just sit down for a minute.
No. There's
Why don't you go find your robot friend and the two of you take a break? Take a 10 minutes.
no. Irby can patrol the facility just fine. I'm gonna follow you.
All right, Dave. But at the first sign of trouble, I recommend that you get to hiding or running away.
Hey, I bounced. Hey, I can handle myself.
All right. Well, this isn't drunken frat boys we're talking about now. These are serious monsters.
I can see that. As he basically opens up a locker and he pulls out a shotgun.
Ooh, do you have any more of those?
Only one.
Only
All
one
right.
more.
Well, if you get taken out, can one of our team pick that up?
I mean, that's cynical, but yes.
Okay. Dave, come on. You'll be a good addition to the team.
Yeah. I'm gonna stick with the team. Irby, get in here. Security Officer Dave, is this a show of cowardice?
No, it is not, Irby. You are the most well-designed for observation. Therefore, you should go ahead.
Oh, yeah, let's send Irby first. Go on with your bad self, Irby. You get out there first.
Irby will do this job honorably. Irby is basically a security robot. It's effectively like a pillar on wheels with a screen and a camera. So it goes around patrolling areas and letting Security Officer Dave know when something's going wrong in the facility.
Oh, that's what I expected.
Yep. And so you guys are once again out and you follow the tracks. Roll me a survival check. It's going to be an easy one, though.
Okay. Woohoo!
Nice.
Okay. So You all effectively are able to follow these tracks, and you end up at area number 14, which is noted on maps to be an old moonshining site from back in the Prohibition era, back when this was still a cave. And the moonshining site, moonshining equipment actually had been preserved as a historical
Landmarks.
attraction thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's also incredibly well preserved because it's inside a cave. There's not many weather elements to go against it. So you go up to this facility and you see standing amongst the moonshining equipment, you see standing a man. He is. Sorry, flipping through notes. You see a man with golden blonde hair, tan skin, and his hair in a comb over, wearing wearing a. He's okay. So a man with tannish skin, golden blonde hair, and a comb over, and he is wearing a purple shirt and khaki pants, as well as hiking boots.
Hi, Vito.
Standing in there, and he's just staring at the moonshine equipment.
Vito Villari, I assume.
And he turns around. Who's asking?
He's awfully quiet.
He turns around and he just says, "Who's asking? Who is that? Who
Well,
asking?
my name's Trey. This is my good buddy Charlie, and Mustafa and Dave, and that robot's name is what is that robot's name?
Herbie.
Oh yeah, Herbie.
I named it after.
And that's everybody.
Yep. As effectively, Vito's like, I don't know. What are you? What is this? Where are we?
Well, we came to find you, actually. You and your
We
two
are
buddies, Dom and Sam.
It took you 6 years.
Well, you fellows have only been missing for 4 days.
That's not possible.
Well, it would be possible.
6 years. 6 years. 6 years. The forest calls. The forest judges. The forest traps. But.
Why
You.
thank you. Yes.
You are the people.
We are people. We are not monsters.
I am free.
Well,
we'll see. We'll see if you're free. We're all stuck here right now. We still have to get out of the park.
As he leans against one of the stills. It's over.
No. Too early to say that.
Well, now it might be over. It could be over.
It could be. Let's radio this in. Mustafa, you got that?
Yeah, I'm gonna call this in.
That was like a threat.
Vito, do you know where the rest are? They're Don. Don is at house. Don house. Yes. Don go house. Yes. House. House. You go house too.
I never liked that show. He was a really bad doctor.
Funny guy. I was funny guy. Yes. I am
Veto?
Veto, 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 veto.
Feeling? How you feeling? Mustafa, do you got any more of those pills? They did some wonders for me.
They're not crazy pills.
All pills are crazy pills.
Right. And you have Vito over here, and he's kind of well, he's very out of it. What would you guys like to try to interact with him?
Well, we could. I mean, my negotiation is my best skill for social checks, but I don't think that's really appropriate. I guess charm. Should we try to charm him?
Yeah, I suppose.
Or maybe leadership because he's former military.
Both are valid options.
Yeah, I think maybe leadership might be the way to go.
Yeah. All right, soldier. I know you've been on assignment for a long time, but it's time to come back home. Time to come on in. Your mission's over.
Okay, so give me a roll. This is gonna be. I'll make this this is gonna be hard difficulty. However, I'm gonna give you a. I'm gonna give you a boost for your speech. Make that 2.
Oh no, poor Vito. 1 failure, 1 advantage.
Ryle, did you sign up to make the session harder to run?
Oh, flashback, man. Oh no, it's only a failure.
Okay,
so
it doesn't seem to snap him out of it. However, the next character to interact with him does get a blue.
Oh, sorry guys, I can't seem to snap him out of it with my techniques. Maybe if you try to sweet talk him a bit. Anybody ever been to Brooklyn? I hear that's where he's from.
Maybe we can logic our way out of this. Explain all this with science.
Charlie, take your shot. Let me know what you're doing.
I'm gonna explain this. It's got to be deception. I was thinking negotiation, but no, it's deception. It is. You've passed the test. You have shown the mental fortitude to understand that which is coming for us, and now are able to show others. And we can go ahead and get you home if you calm down enough to let us. And I'm just full on lying.
Okay, so roll me a deception. You're gonna get a blue from the previous check from Ryle, and you're gonna get a blue for this one as well for deception because you are appealing to his
delusion, or maybe not delusion, but it's 3 purples. The difficulty.
Difficulty is going to still be 3 purple.
Okay. Look at those advantage flow. Wow.
All the dice are threats and advantage. There's no successes or failures in there.
Okay, so you're talking to him, you're trying to get this to him, and he's skeptical, but you are getting the sense that whatever this is, that's you are getting the sense that whatever is afflicting him is cracking a bit, as you are appealing to him as a person being exceptional. So appealing to him, basically being going like, yeah, you're good enough for this, you're tough enough for this, seems to be what's working.
This is a social counter. Could we find one of his motivations? That is a social encounter thing with 2 advantage, a strength or
No, social encounter for 2 advantages. You're basically learning a
strength or a flaw.
Yep, you're learning a strength that you can use to appeal to make the to. You're learning a strength here that you can use to your advantage,
Okay, excellent.
which basically is appealing to his capabilities. You know, going like, you can do this, you dare to do this, and you can do that.
Yeah.
Okay, Ryle. Okay, you want to take a shot, Trey?
Yeah, so I think Trey's now gonna knowing that about Vito. Let's see if I can make this a negotiation. Well, Vito, look, you've shown yourself to be an amazing survivalist against all odds, against these monstrous foes. You've shown that you can come out on top. And I think what your government would like to offer you is the opportunity to train others to accomplish what you have accomplished. And to do that, you'll need to come with us, and we'll take you to a safe place where you can use your skills and abilities to show others how to survive similar circumstances. But that's going to require something from you. That means you have to give up your current life living here in the dangerous forest and come with us. And that's the offer I'm making you right now.
All right, make me a roll. You're gonna take 2 blue for this, and seeing as this is cracking a little bit, it'll just be regular 2 difficulty for this.
I just don't know what to say. 1 failure and 4 advantage. Vito cracks and runs off into the forest.
Those bad advantages keep keeping us on the line.
Okay, so you have 4 advantages. I will give you the free. I'll give you the freedom to spend them as you wish. On the
What if Vito has, he spent this time surviving by himself in the woods, and now he's actually interacting with people again. Maybe the stress of having to maintain like a social interaction is sort of like he's becoming overcome with that, almost reaching like a point of like catatonic, like maybe he just kind of like goes stiff and sort of dead to the world. Like the fight goes out of him. Like he's not convinced. He's not listening to our words anymore, but maybe the fight is going out of him, just like he can be led away.
All right, sure. And now we just have Charlie here. Take your last.
How to do this? So we are now on the map.
Vito has a weapon.
He has his walking
Is that
stick.
right?
Vito actually doesn't have his walking stick right now. Oh no, Vito does have his walk. Vito has his walking stick. Yes, the walking stick you have is not Vito's.
Okay, so those shells that we found earlier, they weren't from a weapon that Vito was firing.
No, doesn't seem like it.
So we are now at 13 or at...
You're at 14.
14. That is the 2 buildings north.
It's over to the far right, those 3 gray dots.
Okay. Okay, let's
The map.
see.
The map is at top of the chat.
Yeah, I have the map. It's just that
I'm also letting Katie know.
it's a little hard to read when you're zoomed in. Yeah, I gotta zoom back out to be able to read the numbers, and then
Yeah, we're like the furthest point east.
yeah. Okay. It's that place to the south of us is swamp, right? Or swamp-like.
Yeah, swamp-like territory.
Okay. So I'm just, and the things that are there are. Can I get a description of that again? Like where we are?
If you look at the map, you're on number 14.
Yeah, but like we found him.
It's like an old still. It's like
Still.
It's like
yeah.
it's an old still. It's like an old collection of stills that moonshiners used during the Prohibition era, back when this was still a cave. There used to be like a massive collection of stills and whatnot, as people made their own moonshine, all that jazz. Since people used to make their own moonshine back here during Prohibition, but that died out. But this was like one set of stills that was collected by somebody who is interested in preserving the history, and they basically maintained it. So now it's a historical site for people to look at.
So I believe we have 1 story point left, right?
You do have one story.
So I would like to flip. Hey, Mustafa, you still have that flask in your pocket? Don't pretend you don't have it. I saw it. This gentleman needs a drink.
Mustafa just looks at you crazy. He's like, I don't carry that kind of flask. And Dave's like, I do.
Dave, I knew you were a good man. You give this man a drink.
Okay. Yeah, that seems like a good idea. Hey, bud, take a drink of this. And Vader's like, Vader takes a swig. Vader takes a swig. Vader takes a swig and spits out. He's like, where'd you get this from? A toilet? This stuff burns, man. It's like I'm drinking liquid fire. Dave's like, I think he's back. Of course I'm back. What do you think I went to, huh? Yeah, Donald's an idiot for dragging us out to this forest, and we get stuck around for a stupidly long amount of time. And he has me listen on and on and on and on and on. Oh, Vito, trickle down economics. Oh, Vito, why don't you listen to me about this theory? Oh, Vito, libertarians aren't all that bad. Yeah. Can you imagine 6 years of that?
Nope.
Are Dom and Sam around here, Vito?
Can I please get some real food now?
Yes, let's go to.
Well, here, wait. I've got a dried apricot you can have.
Excuse me. Do the words real food mean anything to you?
Beauty is in the eye of the beholder. But what about your friends Dom and Sam? Do you know where they are?
Don's at some sort of house, and Sam's like in a one of those Greek style theaters doing the Hamlets or something.
So looking at our map, is that a theater there at 17?
Yeah, that looks like where he would be. He always loves that stuff. He always loved that stuff, acting out all those roles from Shakespeare and whatnot. He knows his Mercutios, his Theobalds, his Othellos, his Iagos, Rosencrantz, Guildensterns. Funny guys. Shame what happened to them.
I'm not much of one for fiction.
Now, could I make a
As he turns over to Charlie.
check to
Okay.
see how if he's telling the truth? Because has he noticed the walking stick that we found?
Yeah, that's Don's. How'd you find it?
Where did we find it? We found it over at.
We found it. We found it in the woods in a puddle near a puddle of acid, of the digestive fluids of the needle sprinter.
Oh yeah, those stupid two-legged things. I'll tell you, they're persistent and hateful. Man, do they hate me. I hate them back too. Feelings mutual. You know what that means? That means they die and I live. Simple as that. Can't wait to go back home. I'll run it down.
I'm sorry. We're gonna get you home as soon as we can. Here, hey, your friend Dom. Do you think the place he's at, that house you mentioned? I'm gonna point at 18 on the map. Does this seem familiar?
Go across a little bridge to the house. Yeah, he'd be right there. You know what we gotta do? We gotta get Sam, and then we gotta go get Don. Let's go.
Let's go.
Let's do it.
You calling us in? Are you calling us in, Mustafa?
What was that?
Are you calling us in, Mustafa?
Oh yeah, is Mustafa calling in that we found Vito?
Yeah, Mustafa called in that you guys found. Mustafa's gonna start calling in that you found Vito, and he's looking at you guys. Should I still call this in, or we're gonna continue to search for the others?
Yeah, still call it in.
All right, I'm calling it in now.
So now
I'm sort of worried that we
go ahead, sorry, Mark.
might be lost as well. I just want to make sure that we still have connection.
The radio's still working, and you're able to radio into Detective Esperanza that you found Vito. She sounds extremely relieved, and she is asking if he knows where the others are.
Yeah, well, we think that one is at 17 and one is at 18.
All right, so you're closer to 17. I want you by 17. I'm going to try to see if I can head out to 18.
10-4, good buddy, over and out.
All right, so effectively, you look at the amphitheater. You notice there's a dock, and Dave goes like, "Oh, I know that. There's some boats over there we can probably use to just get across." I actually have the keys to one of them. Want to come along? Well, I guess I'm coming along, but anyway, I got the keys. Right, Irby, keys. As you see a little compartment open up on Irby, and it out extends a rack with a bunch of keys on it. One label says boat keys, and he grabs it. Let's go.
All right, you lead the way, Dave.
Yep.
As the boat powers up and it starts drive. As the boat powers up and it drives down, and it's actually as you're crossing it, there's a wind that blows through, and it feels remarkably peaceful as you're just driving towards this amphitheater.
Yeah, there's always something kind of meditative about being out on the water. It reminds me of my youth.
Yes, you hear. You don't quite. You think you hear a little bit of music, but it just eventually it's drowned out by the sound of the boat, just the boat's motor going off. And you arrive at the amphitheater where you pull up onto it, and you see a man standing in the center, dressed up as if he were some sort of Shakespearean hero. as he goes up. And he's reciting he seems to be saying something about he seems to be saying something in Old English. It's hard to tell, but it sounds he's talking about some sort of Scottish king.
Hey Sam, sorry to interrupt you, but we're here to save you, I guess.
Hark! Vagrant seek to interrupt the great tale of Macbeth.
Oh, I don't think you're supposed to say that name in a theater. I'm not much of one for fiction.
Thou doesn't appreciate the majesties of Shakespeare.
May I make a knowledge check to think of an ally of Macbeth that he goes off with?
I believe it goes, stand and unfold yourself.
You actually know this stuff, don't you?
No, as I said, I'm not really one for fiction.
Oh, we all know.
Okay. For you to pull forth of me, let's see if you can defeat me in the art of a soliloquy. As Vito just roll, you can see Vito rolling his eyes, and he just looks at you. I'm not dealing with it this time. This is on news.
All right, let me see what I can remember from my high school theater class.
What's a soliloquy?
This is now a social encounter.
What's a soliloquy?
If I remember correctly, it is a series of statements from a person on a subject.
Oh, I might be good at that.
Oh yeah, just recite your thesis for your doctoral class.
I don't have that yet. I'm looking for it. I think I'm going to have to change my whole field of study now.
This old English shit.
I have to go back to grad.
This old English must be speaked on the grand stage.
All right, well, hold on. Let me see what I remember.
Speak it properly.
Is this a dagger which I see before me? The handle toward my hand. Come, let me clutch thee. I have thee not, and yet I see thee still. Art thou not fatal vision, sensible to feel as to sight? Or art thou but a dagger of the mind, a false creation, proceeding from the heat oppressed brain? I see thee yet, in form as palpable as this which I now draw. Thou marshallest me the way that I was going, and such as instrument I was to use. Something like that.
Okay, roll me a. Give me a second. I gotta check your social skills.
They aren't good.
That just meant I would give you money to come with us in Old English, right? So that's negotiation.
Mine eyes are made the fools of other senses, or else worth all the rest I see thee still.
Okay, so since you did choose a remarkably appropriate passage to quote, I'm going to give you a free upgrade on this and roll. It's going to be a free upgrade. It's going to be average difficulty, and you're going to roll charm.
Okay.
I would offer a boost, but I really can't. John's just like, huh?
Please.
Hey, 2 successes and a threat.
All right. As Sam Knox rips off the Shakespearean costume to reveal his hiking clothes underneath. Thankfully, he Vito's just you hear from behind you. Vito says, "Oh, thank God, he still wore his clothes under that." And Sam Knox comes up to you and he's like, "Wow, I think I'm gonna stay away from the theater for a bit." Do you know how long I was trapped in that nonsense?
I'm gonna guess 6 years.
Have you ever tried reciting Macbeth, all the different parts and roles for 6 years?
I've never.
Don't do it. It's not fun.
Well, I'll tell you,
All the
sophomore
time.
rehearsal felt like 10 years.
Tell me about it. Sam, I told you not to touch the script in the middle of the trees. You didn't listen. But Vito, nobody leaves a script in the middle of trees. Apparently they did. Apparently they did. You touch it, and you end up here for 6 years. Not my fault. You touched that flask. Yeah, I guess we're all thieves. As you now have Sam Knox added to the party.
All right.
All right, so you're gonna radio this into Detective Esperanza.
I sure hope so.
Yeah, that's Mustafa's job, right?
Yeah, Mustafa's radioing this in, and you've been instructed to drop the two of them off to the Gazebo at 9 and meet Detective Esperanza as you prepare to go for 18.
All right, well, let's do that.
As you travel through and you go to the Gazebo at number 9 on the map, you meet everybody. Everybody cheers as you bring the two forward. And
Yeah, that's right. We did it. We're the heroes of the hour.
as Vito turns around to you guys and he says, "Okay, no mention of monsters, no mention of 6 years. We were just lost for how many days?
I think it was 5? 4.
We were just lost.
Wait, what is today? I'm a little confused.
We were just
What?
lost for 4 or 5 days.
Yeah, 4 or 5 days.
Nobody needs to know about any of the weird stuff.
Well, I just want to say again, there was a police officer that was killed.
No need.
That's unfortunate."
Yeah, I mean, I hope he didn't have a family. But other than that, no harm, no foul, really.
Somebody was. There's no deer here. You're not gonna get. It's this all like it's just so weird.
Oh yeah, did you guys leave a salt lick out to try to attract monsters?
No. If there's one thing I don't need Don about is that he ain't a hunter. Don likes animals. He doesn't want to hurt them. He's not a vegetarian, but he does.
Well, did y'all see anybody leaving salt licks around?
I mean, I'd tell you if I could, but it's all foggy right now.
All right. Well, you think on it while we go off to find Dom.
As you take a look and about to propose the same question to Sam, he just starts quoting Macduff's final battle.
Good.
Vito laughs.
I can't tell if he's still under the influence. Or is this him, or is this the influence, or whatever?
Well, to be honest, once a theater kid, always a theater kid, if you know what I mean.
So Mustafa is basically like, okay, I'm gonna follow you guys over to 18. Dave, security guard's gonna stay here and security guard the gazebo area until he can probably get some of the rangers back to the water reservoir with him. As you guys As you guys are leaving, you have Ignatius Holt. Ignatius Holt smiles and he says, "Congratulations, guys! Just one more left to go."
Thank you, Mr. Hope.
No problem. But don't call me Mr. Holt. I'm retired.
Oh, all right. Well, thank you, Ignatius.
Close enough.
So it's just the core group now, Mustafa, Charlie, and
Yep.
Trey?
Mustafa,
Okay.
Charlie, and Trey.
right.
You see, and then there's Abigail, who's basically working with paramedics to check and examine Vito and Sam. Abigail goes to you two and basically like, okay, do me a favor.
Okay.
Esperanza went out there. She's waiting by the bridge before 18, before the old house at 18. Make sure that she comes back, okay?
Absolutely.
Yeah, don't lose my wife. And with that, Abigail bids you adieu as you head out to 18. You travel through the forest, you hear some sounds, you actually see some squirrels, raccoons, and birds in this area. Seems pretty normal. As you're going through, you see some people that are sitting by trees and whatnot. They're drinking water. Some of them have actually camped down a little tent. And you finally hit the bridge at 18. Detective Esperanza is there with her shades and whatnot. She is what she has her gray trench coat on with a blue shirt and gray pants as well as hiking boots. She has a sidearm and is wearing shades. She has tan skin and has long black curly hair. Okay, let's go get our last man here.
All right, I'm ready. Are you guys ready?
I'm ready.
Do I have to be?
Well, Mustafa, I have to say you've been a staunch ally throughout today's antics, but if you're done, I don't want to drag you into something that you don't want to be a part of.
I'm not done. I'm still here to help. Let's get this finished.
All right. All right. Well, you got your staff. He's got his axe, and I've got my submachine gun. So we're ready to go.
Crap, I never had a hatchet. Oh well.
Right, you did leave your hatchet behind. I'm sure Dave will have it mailed to you after the adventure. But in any case, you guys approach, and it is an old multi-story estate. Give me 2 seconds. As you approach, like there's a big old set of stairs that lead to a set of double doors. You see a balcony, see the towers. If you look in the chat, you will see this estate over here. This estate belongs to a very old money family of Ravensthread. And nobody really visits it because it's still inhabited by some members of the family from time to time. Detective Esperanza just looks at you and is like, nobody's knocked on this door for years. Be ready for anything.
Probably just
All
walk
right.
up.
Well,
Donk, donk,
Sorry.
donk.
What was that, Charlie? I'm sorry. I missed that.
Charlie just walks up and knocks on the door.
Oh, all right.
Let's go.
As there looks to be an unlocking sound and the door opens up. There's nobody behind it, but the door does open.
Hello?
As you walk in, there's a little bit of light. There's a little bit of light. The fake sun of the underground forest is filtering through the windows, and you walk into basically a main lobby foyer entrance. I'm not sure exactly what it's called in mansion architecture mapping terms. Yeah.
Got it.
Well, this is a lovely foyer.
You see, it's stocked well. Like there's nice tiling. It has a nice carpet on the entrance over here, and you see a few bunch of paintings along the walls. Portraits, actually.
Anybody we know?
You look at one of the portraits. You see a person in what looks like a bunch of colonial era who looks like wearing a colonial era Continental Army officer's uniform, and under it, it's labeled Lord Carver, BMMD, Esquire the Third.
Wow, a doctor and a lawyer.
And you look at some others. You see, there's some others. There's one that is there's one that shows a woman with striking white hair, and that one's labeled as Lady Amalthea. And there's another one that actually is the furthest from the door, and it shows a man with a mustache, brown hair, and like an explorer vest. Says Reginald Dowling. And just as you're looking at this, you hear, "Oh, hello there!" Everybody turns around, and coming down, you see Reginald Dowling. You see Reginald Dowling approaching down from the stairs in the center of from the top.
Hey, Charlie, do you think this might be Sam?
I sure hope so.
I mean, he's got a vest, just like we were told Sam was wearing.
Oh,
Do you see a magnifying glass or a field microscope anywhere on his person?
let's take a look-see.
Hello, Reginald. My name is, you can call me Trey. My friends call me that. This is Charlie. This is Mustafa. And over here, wow, this is Detective Esperanza.
Why, hello, Madam Detective. I see you have come to visit our old manor here in the underground forest.
Yes, indeed. Oh, sorry to interrupt. Go ahead.
No worries. I'm sure you'll love our little halfway house we have over here.
Halfway house.
Oh, it's just a turn of phrase.
Halfway between what and what?
And he just chuckles. Anything particular I can help you with?
Well, we are searching for a lost hiker by the name of Samuel Knox. Does that ring a bell?
You found Sam Knox.
Oh, I'm sorry. I meant to say Dom Vickers.
One of those missing hikers. One of the missing hikers. Yes. Why don't we discuss it? Ooh, as his stomach rumbles. Pardon me. Why don't we discuss it over a nice lunch?
Wow, it's not often you actually hear somebody's stomach rumble from a few feet away. You must be very hungry, sir.
I apologize. I am famished.
Can I interest you in an apricot?
They're quite good.
Oh, trust me, there'll be far more than apricots for us to enjoy.
But these are truly exceptional.
Yeah, I have a food dehydrator at my house.
You would not believe what this man does with apricots.
The secret is a little ginger. I do a little raw ginger.
Out of character, not for real.
No.
Okay, anyway.
Sorry. I don't actually have dried apricots at my house.
I want them now.
I applaud your commitment to role playing. All right, as Reginald leads you down to a dining room, which is a fancy dining room, which has wood paneling on the walls. It has a few flags on it. It has it has several actually Continental Army replica flags. It seems some of them look like the flag. One of them looks like the flag of Francis Marion, Swamp Fox. Another one looks like the classic 13 stars in the circle formation. Ah, yes, my family has been involved in the United States ever since its inception as a baby country. Granted, it's right now a teenage country, going through the growing pains and all that. But what a fine specimen it's become in some cases. Other cases, not so much. Teenagers, what can you do, huh?
Yes, yes.
As you all are seated at a rather large dining table, which looks like it's made for more like up to like 30 people. You're seated at the head of this with Reginald Dowling, of course, sitting at the. Reginald Dowling is sitting at the head of this. But before he sits down, he offers Detective Esperanza's seat, which she takes, as well as offering you guys seats. Make sure that you're all seated. Some people in suits come out with chef hats and aprons, and they bring out the food. It is a rather good spread. Delectable meats, seafood, and even a little charcuterie board with cheeses.
Well, this sure is something else, Reginald.
Only the finest for guests.
That's very kind. I was under the impression that you don't often get guests.
Exactly, that's why I have to do the finest.
And you had all this prepared just randomly?
Well, to be fair, we did see you approaching from the old bridge back there.
Oh, okay. Well, that was very kind to prepare all this and under the assumption we'd be staying for dinner. But I must return to the idea of our missing hiker, Dom Vickers.
Ah, yes. What can you tell me about Mr. Vickers?
Well, he's an opinionated man, I'll tell you that. Former Marine Corps member.
Ah, yes. I read the article when I read the release by the Citizen Safety Coalition. Apparently, former Marine who apparently former Marine who served in Europe, Taiwan, and mainland China.
That's what I heard too.
Ah, yes, and he was with two of his friends, Vito Valeri and Sam Knox.
Yes, and they have both still been recovered. Or, I'm sorry, we have recovered them, but we are
Ooh.
still missing Dom.
You're still missing Dawn. Okay. How are Vito and Sam?
In good spirits.
That's good. That's good. I was getting a bit concerned.
A bit tired.
A bit tired? Oh, that's a shame. But after what they've been through, probably has been a bit. Granted, they've made it through their ordeal rather fine, it seems. If they have been lost for a time and you've recovered them, of course. And he smiles.
Is there any kind of check we could make to determine if he's trying to conceal something from us, or?
Why,
Vigilance.
yes, you can make a vigilance check. And I will allow you both to make a vigilance check.
1 second. I gotta stop some fighting cats. I'll be right back.
Oh man! So you're sure it's vigilance and not perception, right? What's the difficulty?
Difficulty is going to be 3 purple.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, this seems like a real nice fella.
And we're just waiting for Mark to come back from cats.
Yep.
Yeah.
I'm back.
Okay. Okay, so roll me a vigilance check. It's going to be 3 purple difficulty.
I got 1 failure and 2 threats, so I'm no help here.
Let's just double check. Cool. And we are looking at all black for story points. So I'm not gonna not possible. Oh, that is not the right code.
Don't forget the space between the dot bar.
I'm back to my threat self. 0 successes and 2 threats.
Okay, so 2 seconds.
Social.
Well, Charlie, this strange fella sure does seem nice.
Definitely.
I'll admit I'm a bit peckish. All I've had to eat today was dried apricots.
Is that chicken over there? I think I might need
think
to
it
have
is.
some. Oh.
You know, actually, it might be squab.
As you see Detective Esperanza, you can't really tell. You can't really tell behind her shades, but you think Detective Esperanza might have picked something up. She too, however, is a little bit distracted by wolfing down food.
Oh, she's wearing her sunglasses at the table.
Yeah, she's wearing her shades.
Well, sir, this is mighty delicious. Tell me what meat is this that I'm eating here?
Well, there's chicken, there's goat, and there's a bit of beef.
Oh, I was wrong. It's not squab. It is chicken.
If only. I don't think I've had squab.
That's real nice. It's a lot like duck meat.
So, what caused you all to come in searching for these 3 men?
Oh, well, they're members of the community, you know, and we're a part of a Facebook group that wants to, keep Raven's thread nice, you know, and make sure no dangers threaten the people of this fine city. And so when these hikers went missing, why we all jumped to help find them.
And one of the men said something about that their friend was at the nice house. It didn't make much sense at the time, but this is the only thing that really fits. So here we are.
You do have an awfully nice house.
Indeed, thank you. It's been in the family for years. What else do you know of Donald Vickers?
Well, honestly, I think we have told you about all we know. A very opinionated man who is a bit of a war hero, and he's got friends that care deeply for his safety.
They do. They do, it seems.
Well, what
All
do
right.
you know about Dom Vickers?
What do I know about Don Vickers?
We know he's missing his walking stick. He probably is looking for it quite. We found his walking stick.
Oh yeah, that's his walking stick over there.
As Mustafa still has a bit of a tight grip on. Well, no, he doesn't have a tight grip because he's eating a bit. He's only sticking to the vegetables and seafood right now. He's not actually having any of the full-on meats.
Hey
And
Charlie, have you tried the goat yet?
Oh, I love goat.
okay,
Yeah, I don't know. I mean,
so
I
you
like it when
found
it's in a nice strong curry, but
a walking stick belonging to Mr. Vickers here. May I see the walking stick, please?
well, Mustafa, would you feel comfortable with handing the walking stick over to Mr. Reginald?
Hmm.
It did get used to an unfortunate animal. We ran across it, and I don't think it's been cleaned up yet. It, at least
Oh,
when it should be.
pish posh, no worry. I can still handle it. As he's handed the walking stick, he looks at it. This is fine. This is a fine walking stick.
Are you a fan of long walks in the woods?
I mean, I live in this underground forest. I should know.
I suppose that's true.
If you were to meet, Don Vickers, would you bring him back?
That is why we're here.
What if you were to meet him and fail?
Then we would not bring him back because we failed to bring him back.
And how would that affect you emotionally?
Well, I mean, I suppose Dom's safety is our first concern. If he were in a situation where he's happy and perhaps if he didn't want to come back to the real life, I suppose you might say, I suppose I'd have some mixed emotions. But I mean, Charlie, I don't mean to speak for you, but we're here to bring Dom back, and that's what I intend to do.
Yeah, I fully agree.
All right. Well, seems dinner's finished. Follow me.
Oh, I hadn't tried the goat yet.
Watch out for the bones. Watch out for the bones. You don't want to cough those up.
As Esperanza is looking at you, and you can feel like she's shooting daggers at you right now.
Oh, all right. Well, there'll always be time in the future to try that particular dish. Yeah, let's go. Come on, Mustafa.
As Mustafa shrugs, he comes with you, and he's following you guys as you're taken out to a garden in the backyard. It's a garden with like a short stone fence around it, and it effectively has a bunch of plants. It has a bunch of plants in these stone. I'm not sure what they're called. Boxes. The rectangular boxes you have in gardens.
Like a planter bed.
Yes. Yes, it has a bunch of plants and stone. It has a bunch of flowers and stone planters of all various colors. It has like a central area which has a small it actually has a small gazebo on stone pillars, and in there you see a man standing over there, just leaning against one of the pillars.
That's a
His
man that we haven't encountered yet, right?
This is a man you haven't encountered yet. His ball cap is backwards, and you can see the symbol of the U.S. Marines in there.
Okay.
What do you do?
Dom Vickers, I presume.
You presume right. He says without turning back.
Well, how are you? You went on a hike a few days ago, and your friends are worried because you hadn't shown back up.
Few days. That's a funny term.
Well, a few days in the world above. I don't know how long it felt for you down here.
Same as the others. 6 years.
I guess I'll glance over at Charlie and kind of raise my eyebrows.
Oof. 6 years. With that buffet, how are you not fatter? You haven't gained a pound.
There's nothing left to gain anything.
What? Did you have some like goat?
Yeah, I was curious. Is it any good?
I can assure you it probably is. As Reginald's just standing watching this with his hands he has his hands like crossed behind his back.
6 years? And you didn't try the goat? Oh, wait. Wait a second. Is this gentleman a liberal? Is he holding you hostage?
And Don Vickers just turns around and looks at you. His brown hair is he still has his brown hair, and actually on his face he has a few scars. And looks at you and says, no, I'm not a hostage here. Like you said, this is a halfway house.
Halfway between what and what?
Well, that's a good question.
Oh, I was going to say I am so full of anticipation to hear what your answer is to that. Well, look, Dom, we were sent down here to find you. A lot of people are worried about you. You know, for us up above, you've only been missing a few days. I know that might be strange to hear, considering for you it's felt like much longer. But we'd like to bring you back. Your friends are waiting if you want to come with us.
Sam grabbed a script on the ground. Vito grabbed a flask on the ground. What do you think What do you think I grabbed?
A heaping glass of ennui.
Theater nerd.
I grabbed a thread, a rope.
Would you even say a string?
A string. Yeah. I felt it. I felt everything along that string. Everything it's seen. Everything that's been, everything that's seen, everything that's felt. And I don't know
So,
where it all leads.
so you know the joy, the pain of those who are missing you.
I know. I don't know where this all leads, and it's terrifying. I'm not sure if I can go back there to that, knowing everything before but not knowing what comes next.
That's for us young men like me and my friend here. You've done your service. It's time to relax. Get some shuffleboard on.
But you didn't hold that string. You didn't hold it and feel what it was, what it is.
Can you show me the string?
The bird took it back.
The raven.
Yeah.
Wow, Charlie, you really you really followed that straight on through that metaphor. Good job, Charlie.
You had the dream.
It's a bit hazy now, though.
Yeah. I think that string touched us too. Do you know my hopes and fears? I bet you do.
Say that again.
I said, do you know my hopes and fears? I bet you do.
But I don't know where it leads.
The future, the past, hope, fear, death, life, birth, and all sorts of strangeness.
How can I face it?
Like everybody else. One foot for another. One new leaf as the old leaves fall off. New season comes. The trees drop their leaves. Another season comes. Trees budding. Next season comes. Full of leaves. And the process begins again.
Okay. Reginald, I think I'm ready to go back. Good show. I bid you good luck on your journey.
Where are you going, Reginald?
I must stay here.
That's not much of a journey.
And I must stay here, wrap up a few things, and I will be on my merry way. For a little bit. The house will still be inhabited. Of course, feel free to visit anytime. I will make sure to note to I'll make sure to note to Craig to have tables and beds ready should you ever need them in the underground forest here. It's a bit better than the regular lodging that there is available.
Hey, Reggie, could I get some of that goat to go?
And he smiles. Most certainly. See to it that you bring your man back. That's all I ask.
Oh, yeah, no problem.
Come on, Don. You got some friends missing you. They may just rip you to shreds verbally, but they miss you.
As Don Vickers takes one last look from the gazebo, you see him waving to somebody that is on the field, and this person continues walking away from the household until, at one point, you just don't see them anymore. Donald Vickers comes with you. Reginald Dowling sees you to your exit from his estate, bids you a hearty farewell. Make sure to pack some of the goat for you guys. Detective Esperanza speaks with Don Vickers a little bit, trying to get ideas. And she even gets a text on her phone. She shows you a picture. It shows a SWAT team all gathered around, smiling, standing in front of the dead body of Shavat. One guy has a really big grin as he's holding a 50 caliber.
Well, I guess the underground forest won't be troubled by that beastie anymore.
Oh, thank goodness. It
I'm
can
gonna.
keep.
Sorry, go ahead.
It can keep it. Hopefully, that's all they find down here.
I think Trey's gonna throw his arm over Charlie's shoulder, and then his other arm over Mustafa, and say, "Well, fellas, I think we did a pretty good job." And in the end, we found out that Charlie here is quite the philosopher.
It's just plants. I talk about plants.
Oh, sure, Charlie, sure.
Yeah, those plants get rather deep, don't they?
Yeah, very deep. They tap into many things.
Hey, y'all ever feel like everybody's having one big long conversation that goes all the way back to the first person who spoke a word out loud? Sometimes I think about that.
As Detective Esperanza just shakes her head. Come on, I gotta get back to Abigail. It's movie night.
Movie night. What are we watching?
Oh yeah, movies.
Not you guys. It's just gonna be me and the wife. As she leads you guys back to the main entrance to the underground forest for dropping off Don and ending for the day. You all leave. The neighborhood citizen safety coalition gathers. They cheer you guys on, and everybody retires to the night. Later on, you wake up in the dead of night. Okay, you hear a low hum. And give me 2 seconds. As this does not want to cooperate with me. Just pulling my notes. Sorry about that. You wake up in the dark of night. A few feet away from you, a few feet away from where you are resting, there's light floating in the air. It is pure white light in a shape. It's almost as if it's a fluorescent tube of light, but you can see that there are no breaks and there is no string from which it hangs. It gives off cool bluish glow, and you feel a soft chill in the area. A low hum emanates from where you cannot pinpoint. There's one thing you notice about this phenomenon, though. It's not a circle. It's a square. And thus, that ends our adventure.
So Charlie would find Trey at some point afterwards and go, Trey?
Yes, Charlie.
Does your organization sponsor scientists? I don't know.
You
If
know,
I
I'm
get
not sure what the intake policy is. I think I heard something about getting a bonus, though, if I recommend somebody.
you looking to get a bonus tray?
Oh, I'm always looking to get a bonus.
Trey, you're looking at me like that.
Well, you know, I've got my eye on a fancy new food dehydrator.
Okay, so what do you guys think of that?
That was awesome.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun.
I had a great time.
Yeah, very cool.
How'd you feel? Was anything too out of sorts or too out of ordinary, or was it all fairly interesting?
Did I just hit the head with that flask idea, or
Come again?
did I just randomly pick the right thing with the flask?
I'm sorry. Say that one more time. I'm sorry.
I mumble. I know this. Um, did I just happen to catch the right thing with the flask for Don, or not Don, but for Vito? When I said, "Oh, he needs a drink. He's at the distillery." Was that supposed to be a hint that alcohol would be the key?
The flask was a good. The flask was a good idea that you pulled. That was a good use of story point right there. What about you, Ryle? How'd you feel about it?
That was a lot of fun. It was an interesting kind of rubber banding between like like the total strangeness of like these monsters we were fighting, but then going back to like a semi-normal interaction with the rest of the group, and like going back to like kind of the real world of the park. So that was like a nice juxtaposition of strangeness and reality.
Yeah.
Aces, I'm glad to hear that. I hope this was fun for everybody, and the recording should be finished up soon enough. I'm going to have to find out how to end the recording, I think.
Yeah, I think Craig Leave should work.
Yeah, I'll have Craig leave, and I'll send it to Drain Smith, and he should be able to post up on the YouTube channel. Katie, I hope you had fun listening. I know you're rather muted right now because of the role system and all that jazz, but I hope it was an enjoyable experience for everybody. I'm glad you guys took the chance on me, and thank you for your patience.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
This is
Yeah,
a fun.
thanks for running. Sorry, Mark.
Oh, no, this is an excellent setting. I thoroughly enjoyed this.
Yep, I had a lot of fun too.
Aces, I'm glad that you guys like the setting and all that jazz. Any case, I best be off. I accidentally went over an hour my schedule, but c'est la vie. It was too fun.
Yeah, that's happened in both my actual plays too.
Yeah.
All right, good night, everybody.
Good night.